Hello again, my little conscript. And welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. A weekend stream. A stream of great and heady times. A stream of great change. A stream of great promise. Promises from beyond our understanding, beyond our reality. Promises, maybe, well, according to Super FDR, God himself. For today, gentlemen, it's never been done. It has never been done. We are going to be doing a Konflikt 47 sneak peek. Little sneaky, little peeky for the new edition. And I'm going to say two things right now, okay? Both are going to set your expectations. The first thing is, full disclosure, I have an NDA with Warlord Games, and I will be respecting that NDA. So I cannot give you specific details. I know you're like, boo, 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 boo. Just hang on, okay? I cannot give you specific details. You can ask questions. I will do my best to answer them. I'll be dancing right up to the line of the NDA, but I will not be crossing it or breaking it. So if Warlord Games, if you see this later, I'm not fucking you and I'm not fucking me, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing I'm going to say is this. This game is amazing. The more I read about this game, the more I get excited for it. I have only had these rules in my hands for a handful of moments. And yet I can tell you right now, I am no longer Konflikt curious. I am not blindly following the will of Super FDR. I am hyped. I am Konflikt confirmed. This game, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. All right. Now, there's some things that I have, and I will tell you. And I will tell you, you know, what I have and what I don't have in terms of what Warlord has been very, very kind enough to share with me. All right? Very, very, it's been very, very kind to share with me. So we're going to be, obviously, can we get, before we go any further, can we have a huge 07 down in the chat? Down in the chat for Warlord Games for just being absolute mega bosses and for sending this out early and, being very clear in their email. Look, don't talk about anything, specific, but, we're okay to talk about vibes and stuff. So there we go. So big shout out to Warlord for doing that. And, we want to, make sure we are very, very grateful for that. And also that we are respectful of what they've asked. So, look, it's all I can say is, guys, with all that said, this is amazing. This is exciting. This is hype. And I know it's going to sound, I'm going to sound this entire time, this entire stream, I'm going to sound like a Warlord ball washer. I'm going to sound like a Warlord glazer. You know what? I am. But I am of my own free will and of my volition. Okay? Because this game's got main character energy. This game has got main character energy, boys, and I think you're going to like it. I think you are going to like it. That's what I'm going to say. So, put it this way. You know how when we were all really hyped for Horus Heresy 3.0, but then we actually saw the rules and we were like, oh God, what have they done? I know we were all a little worried about that. Okay? I'm just going to say this. I've seen the rules. And I ain't saying, oh God. I'm saying, Oh my god! GW is like, do not come. Do not come. I was going to say Warlord Games is, I'm going to come. So yeah, I have, yeah. So long story short, guys, that's the briefing. The briefing is we're going to be talking about Konflikt. We're going to be streaming for, this is just going to be a little sneak peek stream. So we're not going to be streaming for like 5, 6, 7 hours or anything like that. We are going to be streaming for, 2 or 3 hours. That's this. It's going to be a little sneak preview show. Of course, you guys will be able to ask as many questions as you like. And of course, I will do my best to answer them. But if I can't answer your question, don't get upset. Don't get frustrated. I have to, I'm definitely riding a fine, I'm walking a very fine line here, boys. Okay. And I want to make sure that, that we're doing it the right way. Okay. So with all that said, I think it's time for, traditions, right? Although, do we do traditions? This is a brave new world. It's a brave new world. Do we do traditions? Or do we let the past die? Kill it. What do we think? All right, traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the Axis, the communists, and those fools in the Commonwealth. Traditions are what make us Super FDR's true finest. His National Guard. His Paragon Troopers. The President's true finest. Get your 07s flowing down in the chat. Let's see who his Coast Guard. Let's see who's in the stream tonight, boys. Twitch gang and YouTube Drive. No Kick gang today. Kick was being a knobhead. It was being a knobhead. It wouldn't work. So there you go. All right, so who have we got? We've got RK, we've got Trooper, we've got Jarvo, we've got Stephen Bonner, we've got Sleepy Godzilla Coffee, Anthony Williams, Godlike Poet, The Lower Decks, Jenny Bratz, Mount the Knife, Sam Wilson, Hadrian, Nostalgia Vivek, Stephen Bonner, Baron Kaza, Sleepy Godzilla Coffee, Meryl the Knife, we've got Gazby, Commander HHL, we've got Squidfist, we have got Anthony Williams, No Name, Commander HHL, Agent Hubby, Ed Scar, Mark Core, Skull Smashers, we've got Jenny Bratt, Solarius, still owe you, mate. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. We have got Nostalgia Vivek. We've got No Name. Zyphos, Gladius, Jawat, Hadrian, Saving Wilson, Stephen Bonner, Jimmy Squid, Sleepy Godzilla Coffee, Jawat, Jared Mann, Manta Marauders, Flamewave, Jimmy Squid, and Ed Scar, Mark the Man, and God. And we've got Russell W. and Steel X Spider. And my Sirio Rov. There we go. So welcome to all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining. And Leston, there we go. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. If you would be so kind. Rev's here as well. Madlag in here. Yes. So guys, if you could be, thank you so much for joining. If you could be, a serious moment. If you could be so kind and like the stream, if you're on YouTube, subscribe if you're on YouTube, and follow over on Twitch. Now, normally I like to make a little bit of a joke and, say, smash that button like it's your steps to trapped in War Machine. But I'm going to be serious today. I'm just going to say, look, guys, I would really appreciate it. We're covering something that's not 40K. And we need all of the interactivity, all of the help we can get, because we need to be able to massage that algorithm, boys. So it's always important to do those things, but especially today, and when we're covering something, when we're doing generally speaking, a non-40K stream, it's doubly important. So I'm just want to say a massive thank you. I can see that it's flying up now. It's flying up. So thank you guys. Keep liking, keep subscribing, keep following. And that's absolutely amazing, guys. It's a huge, huge help. So thank you. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby. Popping off, coming in with super chats and member flexes and gifted memberships and Twitch support. So let's go through now, say our thank yous. And I'm sure some of these super chats are going to be questions as well. So we'll have a look there. All right. So I want to say a big thank you to Karl. Karl, thank you for the 10 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Karl, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for an extra squad of Totem Core to shamble towards the enemy. I also want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the gifted membership, my man. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Marold, my boy. Marold, your customary gifted membership is gratefully received, sir. Thank you very much, man. You are an officer, gentleman, and a scholar. We've also got Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Oh, seven, you magnificent bastard. We've got Tiki the Hut. Tiki, my boy. Thank you so much for the double. I would say Baneblade, but that's not this kind of stream. The double Zeus. Yes, the double Zeus chat. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the very, very, very generous support, Tiki. Hey, MG, glad you are getting excited for Konflikt 7. I'm not a fan of spoilers or early access myself. Have a good stream. Tiki, I don't know if you've already ducked out, but firstly, let me say thank you for your incredible generosity, sir. And secondly, I will say it, and I will say it again in case this reassures you. I won't be giving away any specific information today. Like it's a sneak peek. I'm not going to break my Warlord NDA, but I will be able to, I can talk about things. I can still, look, there's going to be information you're going to be interested in here, but it's not going to be like full-blown spoilers, for sure. Sure. So it's up to you, Tiki, of course, but you do you, good sir. And let me just say, Banzai! 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 I don't want to be like, don't want you guys thinking, well, there's no point in being here. There's definitely a point in being here, but I don't want you guys also being like, oh, do you know what I mean? I don't want to overpromise, but I don't want to underpromise. I'm just going to regular promise. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Have an awesome stream. Battletech is better. I don't know. I've played Battletech, and I thought it was a good game, but there's a lot of bookkeeping. Battletech is a good game, but there is a lot. I got to track this damage, and then this damage, and then this damage, and then. And Battletech is good, but I don't think you could compare Battletech to Konflikt, because Battletech is like a very detailed squad level game, and Konflikt is very much a full-size skirmish game. Yeah. All right. But Battletech's still good. There we go. RK, my boy. RK, thank you for the 20 months, man. X-Force, baby. Oh. Is there carryover? So we've got our first question here. Is there carryover between national rules? So I will tell you what I have got and what I haven't got. I have got the core rules. I do not have the armies of. All right? I do not have the armies of. So I cannot tell you that. I cannot tell you that. Maybe there will be some carryover, but I don't know. I don't know. All right? So there are certain things that are not in the core rules, which were in the core rules of version 1, which I highly, highly, highly suspect are in the Armies of books. So a good example of this is that in the core rules of version, in the core rules of version 1, you had the because the core rules version 1 also had all the army lists in there. It had to have rules for things like automated troops, but automated troops are obviously only specific to one nation, which is the Commonwealth. So those rules, because every army is now getting, well, I say every army, the 5 that Warlord have told us about, Axis, USA, Commonwealth, Soviets, and Japanese, those 5 armies are getting armies of stuff. So there's no need for that specific thing to be in the core rules anymore. So obviously some people might be like, oh, why is that in the core rules? It's not in the core rules because you're getting more in, you're getting more. You know what I mean? So yeah. So basically, I don't know because I don't have the core rules, but there are things which are definitely, I suspect, are definitely going to be in the armies of pages. Ed Scar, Warlord said in an interview that armies of will now be PDFs and will be kept updated. Can you just, Ed Scar, can you send me a link to that interview? It's very, very important, because obviously if Warlord has already revealed something, that I can talk about it willy-nilly, because I'm not going to be talking about anything that hasn't already been said. So just send me a link to that, and I have a little bit of information around there that might be very, very exciting for people, but I want to make sure I can share it first because Warlord themselves have already shared it. So yeah, please, that's very, very important, Ed Scar. If you could find that would be very, very, very helpful. All right, RK, also, mate, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. 07, you magnificent bastard. And let me raise my glass to you. You're an absolute Giga Chad, mate. Thank you for our first question and for the generous support as well. I don't have points cost because that's all in the armies of. But I can tell you this. So not to give anything too specific away, but there have been some very positive changes to walkers. Walkers are now this is how I would say it, okay? Walker weight classes are now much more in line with traditional tanks. So in version 1, a medium walker was only armor 8, but obviously in bolt action, a medium tank is damage value 9. So, but walkers are, I don't have anything about walker points costs, but what I can tell you is the more that I read about walkers, the more erect my penis became. From how they function in melee to changes to their stat lines, to how you include them in your armies. How do you include a walker in your army? So I can tell you right now, Warlord Games is, clearly they have understood that walkers are like a big draw on this game, and they should be they should be something that players want to have. To be clear, and I cannot stress this enough, I still think that I still think that there's a place for something as simple as the humble Sherman in your army. Okay? Something as humble as the Panzer III. Not with like a fancy turret or anything. I still think there is absolutely going to be a place for if I was to describe this in sort of old world terms, there's still an absolute place for mundane weapons in your army as well as magical weapons in your army. So I think walkers are now better. They are better. But I do not personally believe that they overshadow traditional units. traditional units, traditional, we're talking in terms of like walkers versus tanks, right? So I don't have points. I'm going to have to say this a lot during the video. I know. I don't have any points values, guys. And even if I did have them, I don't. Honestly, I don't. But even if I did have them, I wouldn't be able to share that information with you because that would be being too specific. Okay? So walkers now very much have a place in your army, but they do not overshadow traditional armor. Traditional armor very, very much still has a place. Very much still has a place. So if you're someone that's like, ooh, I want to get into Konflikt, but maybe I don't want to buy all these walkers. Maybe maybe I just want to like use a bunch of like my bot action stuff for now. Maybe I'll proxy some of my Shermans as Tesla ones and some of them not as Tesla ones. And yes, you could do that. If you were someone that wanted to get into if you're a existing bot action player that wanted to get into this game for the minimum price point, but you wanted to have you want a proxy, you could absolutely have a bunch of your Shermans with the Tesla turrets on, and that would be and that would work, and you wouldn't be getting left behind. Yeah. So yeah, walkers are I think walkers have definitely been buffed, but they've not been taken to the fucking stratosphere. Obviously, we haven't seen the points yet, so if points come out on that could change everything. But obviously, looking at the points the information that I have right now, walkers really, I feel like they've had a big glow up, but they're not blindingly bright now. They're not blindingly bright. They're where they should be. They're where they should be for sure. All right, so all of you that are excited about walkers, you can be excited about walkers. Your walkers, they have got better. And if you're someone that's like, I fucking love Konflikt for the walkers, it was a bit weird in the first game how like there was always like, I want to take the walkers, but it feels like the regular armor actually is better, like in many ways. That's not the case anymore. Walkers and traditional armor seem to be very much in line with each other. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Big shout out to Anthony Williams. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Jared Mann, thank you so much for the big super chat, man. Thank you for doing your part. I only caught the law of the USA and Germany. Do you have a video covering the other factions' law? So pumped. So the other law available is there is now on Warlord Games' community website. So if you go to Warlord Games, I'll show you. It's easy enough. If you are dying to get more lore into your veins, then go over to Warlord Games, go to Community and Resources, go to Articles here, and you will be able to find out lore for Japan, Soviet Union, and British, and United States, and Axis. I will be doing lore videos on more. Okay, I will say more than likely, I will be doing lore videos on those different factions, and the lore that but I will say I haven't looked in depth at the lore yet, although I have it to hand, obviously, so I can take a look. I just can't show it off on screen. But yeah, there is more lore out there from Warlord right now to wet your whistle, and as and when I'm allowed to go into specific details around lore, I will be able to share some more information with you. One thing I will say about the lore, there's lots of little lore excerpts dotted around the book, which is great. Loads of flavor text. And it really does a very good job of building the world. The world building here is very, very good. Everything from how does the average person in a British pub feel about being served by an automaton bartender, to the extent to which the Japanese the lengths that the Japanese have gone to develop their ghost tech. They're ghost warriors. So so the lore is very it's dripping. It is dripping with lore. Some of it will be familiar to you if you have played version 1. Some of it will be familiar to you if you've read the articles, but there's lots of little lore excerpts all over, and they add an incredible amount to the world building of the whole thing, and it's very tasty, very flavorful. So what have we got next? Solarius, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for your support. More models in stream discussion, plus picked up the US Army boxable action. Get them ready for Konflikt. Yeah, baby. Yeah, let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. We got some pictures. Oh, no pictures. I thought you'd. There is some pictures. Sorry, Solarius. Let me have a look here. So this is your TTC vow that you've been working on. There we go. Nice. Deathwatch, baby. Deathwatch, man. Dude, you've done such a good job of converting the Deathwatch stuff over to converting the Marine stuff over to Deathwatch, man. That's cool. Deathwatch are the best Marines. Don't try and change my mind. You can't. There we go. Nice, dude. Love what you've done on the leg on that guy. That's cool as fuck. Love that, man. Sick. Only got Terminators left. No way, man. And you got the bolt action. US Army box bolt action. Nice. Good choice. Yeah, indeed. Good choice indeed. What have we got here? We've got Ibram Gorn. Thank you for the super chat, man. Question stream discussion. Made an article for Rift Dice. Let me have a look, Ibram. Vow question 2. Are the new mission? Vow number 2. Question. Are the new missions? Are there new missions, or does it use the bolt action scenario generator? Also, for all your older players, can I get plastic Lancet Ogres from Wargames Atlantic with the fit link in the description below? Oh, okay, sorry. Ibram, you're throwing a lot of things at me. Okay, let's start one at a time. Okay, so this is your vow number 2. We've got some Lanchneck Ogres. We've got some power armor, boys. Yes, mate. Cossack Walker, love that. Some bolt action. So is that a Panzer 2? Maybe? Or maybe one of the mad, Czech Panzers. And then we've got the Crusader, I believe. It might not be the Crusader, but it looks like the Crusader. Maybe the Covenanter. Got the Katusha. Nice. Hey, I love all the little tanks. All the little tanks are so cute. Yes, man. Yeah, baby. Love it, man. Shockwave. Fucking Shockwave. What's it? Zukovoy Projector. Yeah, that's what they're called. The ZP gun. Dude, so cool, man. Nice. ZP gun, baby. Nice. That's sick. Dude, I love it. So, firstly, thank you for sending the pictures in. Love what you've been working on. Secondly, I want to say thank you for the shout out. Don't forget, guys, if you're looking to get some plastic miniatures, including Old World ones and Warhammer 40k ones, and if you're looking for some just some general good guard plastic infantry and stuff, check the affiliate link down below for War Games Atlantic. And of course, if you're looking to get into bot action, then please consider using the affiliate link down in the description below for Warlord Games. And if you want to get yourself some cheap Konflikt 47, I have an affiliate link for Wayland Games now, and they do have Konflikt 47 for 20% off. So, obviously you have to be in the UK, but still, that could be a big help. There we go. Nice. As to answer your question about missions or scenario generator, I'll be honest, I've only glanced at this. I don't want to give too much. I don't want to give too much away, but in fact, I'll tell you what. I don't actually know. The answer is I don't know. Oh wait, no, the old. It's similar to bot action, so I'm not gonna give you anything more than that. It's similar to bot action. Yeah, there you go. I actually personally, I think it's better than the bot action one. Yeah, it's similar to bot action. In fact, you know what, boys? I'll check it now for you. I'll check it, but I won't give too much away because I did see this when I was glancing through. I'll go as far up to that line as I can, but I don't want to be treading on Warlord's toes, so I won't give you. I'll give you like a bit of an overview, as it were. Oh, there's so many good bits of lore in here. Ah, okay. Ah, see, I'm glad I checked. I'm glad I checked. I'm very glad that I checked. Okay. How interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay. So, I'm not going to give too much away. I'm not going to give too much away. I'm not going to give too much away. All right? I'm just simply going to say, to quote one of the finest pieces of digital art and literature ever created, in the history of mankind. Same, but different. Same, but different. I'm not going to give you any more than that. There you go. Like I said, I can't give you anything specific. I can merely be like, oh, I like this bit. This bit's cool. No, wouldn't. Yeah, wouldn't. Don't worry. I got the big red text in the email. I'm very much just being like, I am going to give nothing specific away. I'm only going to talk about, I like this. This is cool. You know, yeah. Very, very much. Want a hype train, baby. Want a hype train. I'm playing it safe. But I know that people are desperate for information about this. And I'm going to, and I'll say it once. I'll say it again in case you guys missed the beginning of stream. I will give you as much as I can. I will go right up to the line of what I'm allowed to say. But the headline is, this game is fucking sick. It's fucking great. And I know one of the number one reasons that I'm doing this sneak preview is because I know that many of us were very, very worried in the wake of Horus Heresy 3.0. You know, it all looked great, right? Getting hyped as fuck. And then we actually got to see the rules and it was just like, shit. Well, I'm doing this to show, to give, to give you guys, to edge you. I'm blue balling you. I'm edging you. I can't give you specifics. I can give, I can't give you specifics, and I will, I'll give you as much as I can, but I can't be like, this is the exact way this rule works. Do you know what I mean? But what I can be like is, dude, this fucking weapon. Oh my God. When I read the rules on this weapon, I had to double check it. Then I passed out because all the blood went to my dick. And then when I finally came round 72 hours later, when the paramedics had managed to use an undersea diving pump to pump the blood out of my dick back into my heart, then I was able to be like, yeah, this is great. So yeah, don't worry. Woodham's my handler. No, Woodham is a good friend who's making sure I'm not fucking myself. That's what's happening here. So yeah, that's where I can that's what I can say. But the number one reason I am doing this is because I know a lot of people are really worried with Heresy 3.0. Has been worried about conflict in the wake of Heresy 3.0. We've been burned once. And I'm telling you now, and this is based on the information I have right now. Obviously, I don't have points or anything. I'll say that again. I don't have points. And even if I did, I wouldn't give them to you. But based on the core rules, which is all I have at the moment, you can hype easy. You can rest easy. You can hype easy. Okay? So there you go. All right. Oh my God, have we got... Is someone from Warlord Games actually here? Warlord Games checking in like, what have you done? Is Peter at Warlord Games actually someone from Warlord Games? I mean, let's just quickly change the... That's not why I'm here. Happy to see this happen. Well, Peter at Warlord Games, rest assured, I have made it very clear from the beginning of the stream, and I have already had to bat a few questions aside. I am honoring my, NDA. Unless, Pete, I'm just saying, I don't know what power that you have at your fingertips, but if there's things I can say, maybe you bring it up. If there's a bit you're excited about, you bring it up, and then I can, jump on that. Change his name to Konflikt from, change the name from Konflikt for 7 Sneak Peek to All Reveal NDA Broken. There we go. Yeah. So I'm going to be playing it very, very safe. But obviously, if Peter wants to share stuff, he can do. There you go. Speak to us, Peter of Warlord. Trooper, right? Trooper. I'm going to say Trooper is very, 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 very cheeky. He's very, very cheeky. He literally was in the Discord. I was like, hey, guys, I've got the conflict rules. It looks really, really good. And Trooper was like, how does assault work? And I was like, Trooper, you can't just ask me how, like, an entire mechanic of the game works. He was like, oh, I was like, I what? Trooper. He was like, don't just tell us how assault works. He's like, no, obviously not. I can, I will tell you that assault is awesome. Okay, this is one thing I will tell you about assault, but I won't give too much away, all right? There was a question that was going around. There was a question that has been going around the MG Discord. How does assault work when you have two units that traditionally have been like unbreakable? All right. And, you just have an assault that just goes on forever and ever and ever. Now, I want to make them clear. This is just a presumption on my part. I haven't seen the rules for the Totem Core and the Shibitu. But, those are two units you can probably imagine are, well, I'm imagining personally, are kind of like mines, like mashed into each other, but they don't do a lot of damage. So there's a question, well, what happens if you've got like a unit of like Totem Core just like mashing versus a unit of Shibitu? Is that just combat just going to go on for like 10 minutes just rolling dice? Like, oh, we're going to get each other eventually. There is a very, very clever solution to the never-ending, grinding combat. I've only read over it quickly in a fit of excitement, but when I read it, I was like, oh my God, I love it. Okay? I love it. So, like I said, that's just very high level, but to answer that question, as much as I can do, there is, what you know what's kind of crazy, and I'm not just glazing. I'm going to be I said I'm going to be glazing the Warlord this entire stream. I am going to be glazing Warlord. It's amazing when somebody clearly gives a shit. Okay, because there's a lot of questions going around the community, and I'm sort of just chuckling to myself as I'm reading the rules, and I'm like, oh, people are wondering how that's going to work. Well, clearly Warlord wondered how that was going to work, and Warlord have written a rule, and now we know how that works, and it's great. Oh, what's going to happen, with walkers and like combat, because walkers are vehicles, but normally vehicles and infantry combat is a bit different in action. Well, we know we know how walkers work in combat. We know, we know. Are those like new German power armor guys? Is that just like regular power armor, or is there something else going on there? I don't know. Actually, I do know. So yeah. By the way, I'm just going to tell you something right now. The new plastic German power armor guys, they are an example unit in the book. Now, of course, this could all change. This could all change up until release. But I will say this. If they were a stock, you should invest in them.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The new German power armor guys. Fuck, like, I'm telling you right now, 3 isn't enough. 9, probably. It's not. I'm not saying it's not enough as in because they're weak. I'm saying you're going to want more. You're going to want more. Like, you're going to want more. Those STG, those like legally distinct storm bolters that they're wielding, yeah, they've got rules. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could see someone putting 12 of them in a list. Maybe that's quite a lot, but not prohibitively so. Oh man, I'm just gonna say I fucking love the legally distinct storm bolters, man. Yeah, I love them. Only 12? Why so little? Oh, you could go for more. You could go for more. Yeah. You could go for more. You could go for more. That wouldn't be your worst idea in the world. Matthew Sinclair. Lol, this is the weirdest stream ever. Man excited about things he agrees on. Well, why? Ask a question, Matthew. Ask a question. What are you curious about? And I can point you in the right direction on stuff. I can point you on the right direction on stuff. Let's have a look here. We got some more Okay, so one thing I want to talk about is Rift Dice, because I know a lot of people are very curious about Rift Dice. Now, Warlord Games has actually done an article on Rift Dice, so I can actually go into a fair amount of detail about this. And I will link you guys to the article so you can read along as I'm sort of describing this. The way I understand Rift Dice work is basically there are units which are Rift units. They're the obvious ones, like dudes in power armor, dudes with like, you know, tanks with like fucking Tesla cannons on rather than like a normal medium AT gun, for example. Okay, what you do is you put your Rift Dice next to that unit, and when you just put it next to it on like active. So the unit just has a Rift Dice. It's like it just follows it around. And then what happens is when you draw the order dice, let's say you want to draw an order dice and do a fire order on like a Tesla Sherman, you put the fire order down, you then take your Rift, you go, okay, I'm gonna shoot my, you can be like, okay, I'm just gonna shoot my Tesla weapon normally. So you don't need to expend your Rift Dice to shoot your Tesla weapon. Your Tesla weapon just has a normal profile. As a normal profile, a unique profile, okay? Like, you know, like an AT gun has a profile, a rifle has a profile, an assault rifle has a profile. It has a normal profile. So you could go the entire time firing your Tesla cannon as a Tesla cannon and never expend your Rift Dice if you didn't want to, okay? If you didn't want to. Now, you can choose to basically, you know, press the big red. You can choose, I should say, to surge. Okay? You can choose to surge. This is where you basically go, I'm going to trigger my Rift ability. In terms of, in like 40k terms, it would be similar to, you can choose to like shoot a unit. Let's say like a unit of Care Space Marines, or you could choose to make a Dark Pact, that kind of thing, right? So you have the ability to shoot normally. You also can then go, I'm going to activate my Rift ability. Now, some things have not only got a Rift ability, whether it's an ability that affects weapons or other things, but we'll stick with weapons for now. Some units have got weapons that not only have got like a Rift ability, but they've got an overcharge on top of that. So you can push these Rift weapons to the point of breaking to get like a really, really big bonus. And I'm talking like it. Some units, you just gonna be like, press the button, bang. Like it's not even break in case of emergency. It's just like, just fucking break. Just do it. Once you do that, typically with a weapon, there's a hazard to overcharging. Now, I know some people are going to be like, what are the hazards to overcharging? There is a risk. There is a degree of risk which is unique to each weapon. So I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to give you anything specific here, but some weapons, maybe you press the big red button and you take some pins, like a neb. Some, if you press that big red button, the trade-off is so massive, your unit might explode. The Rift might just go, God, I can't take it, Captain. So, press the button. It's like overcharging a plasma gun. Do you die like men? So yeah, surging is, and that's a lot of what we've just covered is in the article. Is in the article there, and different weapons. Not every weapon can overcharge. Some weapons are wholly reliable. They can be surged, but they don't go all. So basically, I'm going to shoot my weapon normally. I'm going to surge my weapon for a little, for a nice bonus, but no risk. And then some, but not all, some can go a step further, and you can overcharge, but you get let me tell you, it's a hell of a drug overcharging, but it's a hell of a come down. It's a hell of a come down. So what I really, really, really like about this, though, and I genuinely cannot like express this enough, what I really like is that there is randomness, but there is player control over the randomness. So one of the things that always played like traditional Warhammer, old Hammer, is that there was randomness in the game, but you had no agency over it. And because wargamers, look, we're an autistic bunch. A lot of us like to have things within our control. There's basically two kinds of wargamer. There's ones that are autistic and there's one that are riddled with ADHD. The ones that are riddled with autism, they don't like risk. They need to know all the details, right? And the ones that are riddled with ADHD are like orc players. They don't give a fuck what the details are. They just need to know that if I do this thing, big, big, boom, boom happen. They'll worry about the consequence later. And if everything blows up, then they love that. Okay. So those are the two kinds of wargamer. And what I love about the Rift mechanic is that there is randomness there. There's randomness there, but you, the player, have a level of control over how much you want to engage with that. If you want to just trundle around, firing your Tesla cannon like another day on the farm, you can do that. If you want to enter Valhalla, shiny and chrome, you got to press the big red button. It's that simple. Yeah. I won't say who because I don't want them to end up getting bombarded with like a million questions. But obviously, I need to be able to play test this game with one or two people. So under my NDA, I have brought one or two people in, a lucky couple of gerbils, as it were. Gerbil sounds wrong, so I'm going to shove them up my ass. Crash test dummies, and one of my mates. I've shared it with one person so far. I'm going to share it with my brother as well, but you guys know he's going to be helping me with that already, so that's fine. But one of the mates that I shared it with said it's kind of like everyone has access to Skaven tech. But it's like you can choose whether you want to be like a finely trained like dwarf. Do you want to be like a dwarven engineer or do you want to be like a Skaven warlock engineer? Both are accommodated within this game. So it's my favorite kind of randomness. It's randomness that is not forced upon you. It's like a buffet. And you can choose to pick which units, which level of randomness you want. Some people will be like, fuck the randomness. And by the way, if you don't get locked out of Rift Tech because you don't want to take random shit. Like I said, it's your choice. It's your choice, you know? So there are units which are perfectly functional, which are like Konflikt 47 units, which don't need you to surge them or overcharge them to be decent. Like some units are just inherently decent. And so you can be like, oh, I don't think I'll bother surging this unit. I'm just happy because if you say, I don't want to surge unit. This unit is just cool and it just does its thing. So yeah, it's truth be told, I think it's very, 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 very well done. You can engage with the wacky antics at your leisure. Yeah. I've been very, very, very impressed with the fine balance that has been achieved in terms of flavor and functionality, in terms of randomness and reliability. Yeah. Like I said, there's going to be some weapons which inherently are designed for you to like push that button. But if you're not in the mood for that shit, just don't take those ones. That's okay. You won't be like cooking yourself, not taking them. So there you go. All right. So yeah, Rift Dice. I was very worried about the whole Rift Dice thing. I was like, oh man, do I like put the Do I put the rift dice in the bag and then I draw it and I have to rift? No. It's nothing like that. Peter Warlock Games, top job, Mordian. Sorry I can't stay longer. Thanks for in chat. Peter, please report back to Warlord HQ that I'm being a good boy and I'm very much not giving too much away. Thank you for dropping in the stream, man. Thank you, bro. 07. There we go. Oh, man. Let's have a look here. The hype is so... Honestly, man, the hype is so good. He's gone. Quick, spill the beats. Can we get an 07 down in the chat for Peter Warlord Games? Popping in, definitely popping in and just jumping, just being part of the hype train. Yeah. I am not gonna lie. When he jumped into stream, a bit of poo did come out, but it seems like we're on we've done all right. So there we go. Oh man, I'm Peter Gosling, head of products. All good. Hey, amazing. There we go. Well, Peter, thank you so much for jumping into the stream, man. And please do let me know if I am giving too much away. I do not want to step on Warlord Games' toes. I truly just want. I'm just truly personally and professionally very excited for this game. And I just want to share that hype with everyone. And I want everyone to be jumping on the hype train. Yeah. So there you go. So like I said, Peter, but I don't want to be, on a serious note, I don't want to be fucking up the plans that you guys have. I know you guys are going to want to do your own marketing and hype and all that kind of stuff. So please, if I go too far, tell me. I will understand that. I'm going to be very, very careful, but I will understand if you like. Just don't tell them exactly how the Zukov projector works, which I wasn't going to. But yeah, there you go. I think you've nailed it. Well, Peter, thank you, man. Thank you. What you've seen is exactly how it's going to be throughout the rest of the stream. I won't give more away than what I have done. Yeah, just reassuring some of the edges and answering some of the answering some of the general curiosities, like, oh, how does Rift work and stuff like that. Yeah. But Pierre, thank you, man. Thank you. All right. Honestly, I'm so fucking excited. Boys, I'm so excited. We've got some more super chat stuff coming here. Let's have a look. Wolfen Minis, thank you for the 19-month member flex, baby. X-Force, baby. I won a 2K matched game today. List in Discord. Let's have a look, mate. This will probably be 40K related, to be fair. So it was 2K of tanks. You had a Commissar, a Rust Commander, a Priest, and a Rogal Dawn Commander with Indomitable Steed. And then you had Carmen Fire under the Lehman Russ. Death Corps Krieg, Chimera, Demolisher, Vank, Dawn, Shadow Sword. Wow. It's not that many vehicles, man. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 vehicles on a pure tank list. But 8 hefty ones, right? Shadow Sword, Triple Dawn, Triple. It's Shadow Sword, Triple Dawn, Triple Russ, and a Chimera. Interesting you didn't have an officer for the Super Heavy, because obviously it can't be ordered without an officer. But hey, sometimes I guess it does what it does. Catch you later, Pete. Catch you later. So yeah, there we go. All right. Let's have a look here. I think so. Yeah, you didn't need the order Wolf minis. It's a ballsy list. It's a ballsy list. It's a ballsy list. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Vow 1 in stream discussion. Now to get my brother into Konflikt 47. Oh, yes. Yes, man. 100%. Let's have a look. Confirmed and Vow 1 done. Yeah, baby! Oh, my God. Africa Core Africa... It's Africa Corpse. Saying core wrongly on purpose. It's the German Africa Corps. Oh, man. Oh, man, I love it. Dude, I love the color scheme, man. Holy shit. Oh, my days. I love the, what are they called? I can't, they're like, they've got an, I can never pronounce it. It's like a, oh, there's such a funny, right, I not show you this. I gotta tell you guys something. I saw a name in the, I saw a name of a gun in the, where have I put my, have I bloody closed the bloody thing like a fool? I have done. All right, give me a second. Right, give me a second. Make sure I'm not sharing screen at this point because I'd definitely get in trouble. Let me find the gun names. Honestly, I saw one that made me, which actually made me chuckle with laughter when I saw it. I think I've gone past it. It might be at the bottom. Oh, yeah, I can give you one piece of information. There is an index. We all love a fucking index. There's a lot of really, really, really good. The back of the book has got a very, very good index. The book is. I like the way the book's laid out. Obviously, I'm doing it digitally, so I'm just like control Fing around it. But even then, yeah. Like there's even a chart for how each rift weapon interacts with buildings, which is cool. So this was it. Yeah, so it's so the normal guns are called the Scherwerfeld projector, right? There's a gun that the Germans have. So obviously we know that in German machine gun is Maschinengewehr, right? Or, you know, Maschinengewehr. There is a gun in here called a Maschinengewehr, like the Scherwerfeld projector, and I don't know why, but that just tickled me. It's like, the Maschinengewehr. Honestly, it was so good, man. Yeah. Okay. Where were we though? Let me go back. Dude, these are so good. Yeah, Total Core, baby. I love it. Yeah, man. Sick. Okay, so I will give you guys one thing. I'm going to give you guys one thing. Let me see if I got the old rules. I want to get the old rules for a second. So, this is the old rules, not the new rules. I want to make that absolutely clear. But I am going to tell you something about the new rules. If Warlord's still here, don't worry. I'm not gonna give too much away. But I'm going to tell them something very, very arousing. Okay. So in the old rules, if you shot one of these like green eyes of death at people, it was more like a green eye of inconvenience. So it was gravity pulse weapons have a pen value listed, but add +1 to that value and shooting at targets with a damage value of 8 or 9, and +2 and firing at targets with damage value of 10 plus. So in addition, a unit that takes damage from a gravity pulse weapon cannot be given a run order in its following activation. I'm just going to tell you right now, all of the Rift guns have changed. Okay? And honestly, they've all changed for the better. There's no more like fucky wookie, which I know sounds kind of crazy because you're going to be like, but isn't Rift Tech meant to be fucky wookie? There's no more of the fucky wookie that makes people feel bad. So a good example is, you know, like the Soviet sonic boom gun. It was like absolutely, Woodimp will be able to, when we were talking about this last week, the old Soviet sonic boom gun could just stun lock a vehicle. And then it could just stun lock at any vehicle for the entire game. And it was just bullshit. Okay? So that's not fun for anyone involved. It's fun for you using it, but it's not fun for the person that's just sat there like, oh, well, my tank's fucking stun locked again. So it's changed, but it's changed. It's still weird and wacky and amazing, but it no longer just like diddles your opponent to death. Essentially, it's less fucky. It's less negative fucky, and it's more just, hey, it's a rift gun. It's kind of fucky. But the German ones, okay. Let me have a look. Yeah. So the German ones basically the German ones were just like, oh, yeah, it's like a meat, like the crazy eyeball thing. It was like, oh, it's a light anti-tank gun, unless it shoots something armor 8 or 9, and then it's a medium anti-tank gun. And then if it shoots something that's armor 10 plus, it becomes like a heavy anti-tank gun. And it's just like, it's not very interesting. Do you know what I mean? It's not very interesting. Like, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool, but it's not very interesting. The new gravity guns. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck.
It's gone from like
Formation of parade. I love the Corps.
it's gone from like just being a variable power, like medium anti-tank gun, to now when the green eye of death stares in your direction, you better start praying to Super FDR to save your soul. I will very likely be upgrading every Panzer IV that I have to having an eyeball turret. I fucking, honestly, I had to reread the rules 3 times, not because I was like, this doesn't make sense, because I was like, oh my God, give me another hit, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. The eyeball turret, man. The green eye of death, boys. When that green eye sweeps across, you can definitely get into the head canon, the universe of it, and I could you see like a veteran firefly like sat at a bar, maybe in Blighty, and bunch of fresh new fireflies have just come in from the from the US, staging in the UK. And he's just like there, just like looking into his pants. They're like, oh, I can't wait to give the Hun a damn good thrashing. I can't wait to give Jerry what for. And they're all like walking around their new like spiffy Firefly uniforms. And he sort of just mumbles under his breath like, yeah, I wouldn't be so keen to get into it if I was you. Like, oh, what are you to? Well, that ain't patriotism. That ain't patriotism. I'm going to report you to the Patriot officer, old man. He sort of looks up from his pint. He's like, when you get into the shit, you'll understand. When that green eye of death looks over your whole goddamn platoon, and there ain't nothing, you're the only one that walks away, then you'll understand, Greenhorn. Then you'll understand. Oh, man. Yeah, they're good. They're really good. They're very different, though. They're very, very different. But they feel like a proper weird gun now. But not weird like, oh, I can't think of how to use this. You'll be like, oh, I can think of how to use this. honestly, they're great. The new eyeball guns are great. Yeah, you definitely want the extra Panzer eye turrets. You want the eyeball turrets, man. What have we got next? Let's have a look here. Let me just get things back to where they were. Uno momento. So, also nostalgia. Yeah, I'd start planning a second army to get your brother into conflict. I'm just saying. I'd start planning it. What have we got next? Maril, my boy. Maril, thank you for the super chat, man. First edition Konflikt. Thank you for support, bro. First aired K-47 walkers didn't have side back pen. Is anything new there? I don't know. I'll have a look. Obviously, that is quite a specific question. So, and I wasn't that familiar with first edition. So, 1 minute.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
Matt, I'll do my best to answer, but I don't want to obviously give that. That's quite specific. But I'm not gonna give you exact things. It definitely. I'm just looking through some of the Walker stuff now for the first time. There's definitely some cool bits in here about walkers. I don't know how much of this was different to obviously first edition. Walkers are the best way I can describe them at the moment is they are in line with vehicles, but they have a few bits which distinguish them. So I guess a good way of looking at this is, how are walkers different to vehicles? How are walkers different to vehicles? It comes down to maneuverability. Walkers aren't necessarily faster, but they are obviously potentially more maneuverable because they're not on tracks. They're not on tracks, are they? They're on like legs. What was the question? There's loads of bits here about walkers, though. There's loads. They've definitely... there's loads of bits about walkers. Having a lot of legs is a good thing. It turns out having loads of legs is a good thing. More legs, the better, would be my... would be one way I would look at it. Oh. Oh. Okay. I gotta tell you this. Those of you who watched the stream the other day will know that I was worried about something with this vehicle. I was worried about something to do with this vehicle and how it fired weapons in first edition. I will tell you right now, it still has an issue with only being crewed by one man. But Warlord Games, you beautiful, beautiful motherfuckers. You beautiful babies. Single crew walker still has a rule, but they caught the pitfall from going from first edition. They caught the pitfall. I am very, very excited about these now. Very, very excited. I am glad I put the HMG on there. I'm very glad. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you guys can speculate down in chat, of course. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Honestly, I love walkers. Oh wow. There's so many little bits. There's so many. Oh god, Warlord Games. I'm in love. Marry me. Marry me. Marry me. I've just stumbled across another thing. I can't give that away. That'll be something I know Warlord will want to talk about themselves. So I can't. Yeah, I can't share that, unfortunately. Someone asked in chat, do you get a benefit for walkers armed with fists in melee? I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I feel like a walker with a dreadnought fist would be pretty good in melee. I think they'd be pretty good in melee. I also feel like getting stepped on by a walker would be pretty painful as well. I think I've gone past it. I don't think I've got it. All right, 1 minute. I'll check it one more time now, but I might just not be able to find it at the tips of my fingers right now, okay? Let's have a look. Okay. It's a good question. I just can't find. Whilst, you know, I'm trying to look quickly. Do you know what I mean? So that's definitely not it. Maybe it's okay. I'm just looking. I think I'm just looking in the wrong place. Honestly, I think I'm just looking in the wrong place, Mal. Sorry. Oh, here you go. 1 minute. Here you go. 1 second. I I can't find it, Marold. So maybe I don't want to confirm anything. I don't want to give anything too specific away. There's a very, very real chance that I personally am just unable to find it. There you go. That's the way I'd look at it. So I can't find it, but it very, 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 very well may be in here. Okay? That's the way I'd look at it. So I cannot confirm nor deny that. I cannot confirm nor deny that, man. We'll have to wait for it to come out properly to get an answer there. Okay. Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. Konflikt 07 question in stream discussion. It's going to be like, give me an exact specific rule, isn't it? It's going to be, I know what he's like. Oh. I'm joking. Assuming there are a couple of saves in the new version of Konflikt 47. You can't assume that. Yeah, there are. How does it interact with traits such as tough or resilient? Have those traits remain the same or drastically change? So I will say, so I don't know. So there are some traits which were in the core rules which aren't in the main rules anymore. I will say this. I'll check, mate. I'll check, but I won't give too much away. Why do I keep closing the fucking rulebook, man? So how does tough and resilient work, essentially? Okay, I know how I can. No, I'm not going to say maybe it is, maybe it isn't, because then I'm just. There's the risk of obviously just never saying anything that way, and I don't want to start getting into that, because then that's playing it almost too safe, you know. That's not helping at all. So I will give you some information there, dude. So it was tough and resilient, wasn't it? And what was resilient? Resilient was basically power armor, wasn't it? So the thing about resilient was it was basically power armor, which was a bit of a ball ache, because you had to like... Yeah, I didn't like resilient in the first game. I'll tell you this right now. I did not like resilient. Okay. So, resilient is not a thing anymore, but okay, it's not. That's not really the best way of putting it. In version 1, resilient was basically a way of describing power armor. In version 2, everything you need to know about power armor is just covered under the rules about power armor. So everything you need to know, about. Okay, I'm gonna give you something. Everything you need to know about each kind of power armor is covered under the power armor rules. So there you go. There's a little thing for you. As for tough, it's I would describe it as being significantly reworked. Is the way I would describe it. It's pretty fucking wild. Yeah. It's pretty yeah, it's they're pretty tough. It's yeah. But it's significantly reworked, and yeah, it's significantly reworked. So that's the way I would look at it. The base of the game is Bolt Action 3rd Edition. Yeah, so I would say if you play Bolt Action 3rd Edition, you will know how to play about 75% of Konflikt 47. And the bit you'll really have to get your head around is walkers and rift dice, and the weird shit that is in there to make sure that like stuff like zombies works as it should in game. So if you wanted to learn how to play Konflikt 47, a great thing you could do right now is go and start watching Bolt Action Battle Reports. Yeah, honestly, you could just go and watch Bolt Action Battle Reports, and for 3rd edition, and see how, and that would give you a really good foundation. I think people who play Bolt Action will find it very, very easy to pick up Konflikt 47, but there's so much that last 25% is just chef's kiss. Yeah, it's just absolute chef's kiss. Again, I'm using zombies as an example. I don't have the zombie rules, by the way, to make power armor work. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Because obviously there's scenarios where in Bolt Action, melee and vehicles is going to be different to how melee and infantry versus vehicles and melee is going to work as you would expect in Konflikt 47. But then you've got infantry versus walkers. Now, walkers are technically vehicles, but they're very, very different. So you've got an extra bit on how you do walkers. Yeah. Walker charging tanks is a thing, for sure. Yeah. As as it says, some walkers are specifically designed with melee in mind. Yeah. They're designed with that in mind. So it makes sense that there's rules for it. It's all, I'd say I like the way the rules are laid out, but I'm not one of these people that really has a problem with I wasn't that bothered about the Heresy rulebook or the old Bolt Action rulebook and stuff like that. I don't tend to struggle going through rules. That's mostly because I learn games by playing them, and then I just learn rules to reference, like, oh, this is how this works because I can show you because this came up one time in a previous game. Yeah. Chris K, thank you so much, super chat, man. Hey, all Mordian Glory. Made a small dent in my pile of shame. Also got to enjoy a bit of weather on my way to the local Warhammer store. Pictures in chat. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you, man? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, firstly, this looks great. This is an oh no. This is great. Little dent in the pile of shame. Sweet. You know, that Creed done. That's Creed sorted. That bit's done now. Yeah, this is a bit of weather. Just a smidge of weather. Hey, now I finally get why you guys have got those trucks. I finally get. You know, in the UK, we don't really worry. Well, we do get flooding, but it only happens every so often. So people just deal with everything getting washed away. But in America, you need a truck like this, of course. You know, it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. That is some mad weather, though, bro. Beautiful job on Creed, mate. Beautiful job. RK, thank you so much for super chat, man. Multiple reactions still. No need to say what. RK, I don't know what you mean by multiple reactions. I haven't seen anything like that, but I'm not sure how it worked in version 1. So if you let me know, if you sort of point me to, you can give me a bit more on that. You can ask the questions as specifically as you want. I can only be, I have to be careful with how I answer. So, RK, I don't know anything about multiple reactions. I hadn't played Konflikt version 1, so I don't know if that was a problem in that game. But in my perusal of this, I haven't seen anything like that, so I don't know if... but I might be getting the wrong end of the stick. Yeah. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the super chat, man. That table for Konflikt 47... at the UK Games Expo, it was beautiful. Respect to the craftsmen / women who built it at Warlord. I tried to copy a stream discussion. Thanks, Peter. Hey, here we go, man. Hey, man, look at this. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Holy shit, man. Dude, that's so cool. Dude, that's so cool. Holy shit, bro. I think task succeeded. Challenge succeeded. Yeah, dude. Dude, that's fucking cool, man. That's fucking cool. I'd love to play on a board like that. I would love to play on a board like that. That's badass. That's badass. That's cool, man. Yeah, I like it. It's beautiful. It's so nice to see a board that, you know what I mean? So nice to see a board like that. Just confirming if they still have them. Like last time you could firefight when shot, or you can try to move to cover. I don't want to say that is so as someone who plays bot action, I may not appreciate, and who hasn't played Konflikt 47, I may not fully appreciate like the importance of that aspect of the game. So it's not something that I was looking out for when looking through the rules. One thing I would say is this. This feels like its DNA is bolt action version 3. That's the way I would think. There's stuff like that may be in there, but because I wasn't looking for it, it didn't jump out to me. So yeah, I don't know if the and one thing I would say is this actually. even if I can't find them in the main rules, it doesn't mean that stuff like that isn't in data sheets, in unit entries. Like, one thing I will say is I can't see rules for things like automated, because in first edition, because everything was in here, you had to have like the special rule for how does automated infantry work. Well, now only the British have. Well, only the British have automated infantry. So there's no point in putting it in the core rules for version 2 of Konflikt, because you know, I don't need to know about that unless I'm playing Brits. So these are the universal special rules, not the, or we'll say these. The new stuff is universal special rules, not nation-specific ones. So there very well may still be things like that, but they may be covered under rules that I can't see. So them not being in the core rules doesn't necessarily mean they're not a thing anymore. You know, for example, a unit's ability, I'm just making this up now, by the way, don't read into this. A unit's rift ability very well may be that if it has an unexhausted rift dice, so if it has an active rift dice and someone shoots it, it could dive to cover. But you wouldn't know that looking at the core rules. You'd know that looking at the unit's data sheet, for example. There might be a unit that when you shoot it, you can activate its rift dice and it can shoot back. I don't know. So so that's how I would answer that. Okay. So it seems like that's something I wasn't looking for. It might be in there, but I haven't seen it. But it might be somewhere else. Margaret Talibetland, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Is everything balanced against the axis, the Deutsche Powie army guys? How many waves of does it take? Okay, you guys want to know about the plastic power armor, okay? And I suspect that Warlord will have no issue with me talking about the new plastic power armor, because there's a very good chance that you might want to go and pre-order some of it right now. Let me have a look. So it's an example data sheet in the book. You see, they're like, oh, this is how certain units work. Look at this. I say data sheet, unit entry. Ah, let me have a look here. Oh, man. Right, I'm checking something. I'm going to open 2 copies of this fucking book now so I can check 2 things side by side.
Reporting for duty, sir.
The new power armor guys are strong, but they're expensive. That would be specific information. Don't get too excited, me. Let me check something here. Okay. Yeah. So the new power armor, guys, I have no idea if everything is balanced around them. I know how many points they are, but I don't know how many points anything else is. So it's impossible. And that's not me dodging the question. It's impossible for me to answer that question. What I would say is that they're very tough. And you are going to need more than a fucking... You get more than a Moz and a Gam. That ain't going to cut it. Yeah. This is like... These are the equivalent of like fucking Terminators. Yeah, yeah. These are the equivalent of Terminators. I really like their ability. I really... They've got a couple of really... let me read that ability again. They've got a couple of good abilities, both one for just an active rift and one for when they surge. But obviously, if you exhaust their rift dice, they have a bit of a debuff. Cannot confirm. The KD will get confusing. Can you not? Yeah. I tell you what, though. I really like the new... the legally distinct storm bolters they come with are decent. And... ooh, they've got some very tasty squad upgrades. It'd be so easy to just fucking spend. You know what? I'm gonna say this: the basic style trooping guy, very reasonable for what you pay for, very reasonable, but he can get real spenny if you want to load him up. You want to load him up, he can get real spenny. He can get real spenny. Yeah. Full squad, tricked out to the nines. Yeah. Can get very, but...
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Oh, that's one thing I want to check. Oh, 1 minute. 1 minute. I got to check this. Because I think this is different. 1 minute. Cool. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime,
they start off pretty reasonable. They're quite Build-A-Bear, and you can definitely keep them as a take all comers. You could specialize them in doing close assault or long range DACA. They're going to be a very they're going to be a very capable unit. They're going to be a very capable unit. Yeah. Do they look broken? I have no idea what else is, but I would take some. based entirely on my limited information, I would take some. If I was a German player right now, I would consider getting a box of these guys. And I'm not just saying that like, use my affiliate link down below. I'm not, no, I mean like, they, yeah, they're very, I think you wouldn't be disappointed if you bought them, and I think you would want to use them. And I mean that sincerely. And again, based on limited information right now, but I could see myself taking, a couple of squads of these guys, if not more. I mean, how much is a box of 9? How many do you get in one box? Is it 9 in one box? Yeah, that would be, I think most people will want that box of 9. You don't need that box of 9, but I think you will want to have it. I think you will want to have it. You'll look at it and go, and you'll look at the rules and you'll go, that would be useful. Yeah. I think they're good. For sure, man. That's the only data sheet. I keep saying data sheet. Only unit entry I've got, unit profile I've got. But yeah, I think the new power armor guys are going to be a must have for this Christmas. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. What have we got next? I want to say thank you to Twitch. I have missed Twitch out a little bit. I do apologize, Twitch gang. Steel Spider, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Has Konflikt 47 got a new interchangeable action? Yes, but it's coming in September. Labona, thank you for the Prime sub as well, mate. Amazing. Judge Greg, hold on. Is there an updated K47 rules coming based on 3rd edition? You're damn right there is. And it looks very, 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 very good. It looks very, very good. So what have we got next? Some guy. Thank you to Super Chat, man. Rimworld stream when, Mr. Mordian? Not in the immediate future. I gotta be honest with you, man. Thank you for your support, but I gotta be honest with you. There's so much going on in the tabletop world right now that I did a bit of Rimworld for a couple of weeks back in about 6 months ago, but there's so much to be excited about tabletop wise that it's just this is where I want to be. I want to be doing tabletop. Yeah. Some guy also, thank you for the 13-month member flex, mate. X-Force, baby. There you go. But Mountain, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. You've described bot action as complex but intuitive. How would you describe Konflikt 47 rules so far? It's the same foundation, mate. So complex but intuitive. I think that you could learn how to play Konflikt 47 after one game. Because I know that you can. Okay, let me add a caveat in there. If you are a seasoned wargamer, someone who already plays something like bolt action or Warhammer 40k or Old World or something like that, so you understand this is a D6. We measure things in inches, stuff like that, right? I think you could learn the basics of Konflikt 47 in one game. But it will take many, many games to master. So yeah, it's similar to I do think that it's probably a little more complex than bolt action. But mostly because it is having to encompass a little more. You have to encompass the fact that CB Cooper, 1 minute. You have to encompass the fact that walkers are going to work differently to normal vehicles. So we have to have a rule or set of rules that covers, okay, walkers are vehicles, but this is how they're different to vehicles. So you've got the foot. So if you play by action, you understand how vehicles work, but now you need to just learn how the additional things for walkers. okay, so here's the rules for how infantry work, but here's the rules for how like undead are going to work and how power armor is going to work. You understand how like shooting works, but now you need to understand, now you need to understand like the difference between a Tesla cannon and an auto cannon. Do you know what I mean? Or Tesla cannon and a medium anti-tank gun, something like that. So yeah. So I would say it is complex but intuitive. Slightly more to learn in K47 than bolt action, but only naturally so because it's covering more stuff. Honestly, it's... The extra stuff it's covering adds so much in terms of flavor. It's just great. It's great. I haven't got a negative thing to say about it. I've no idea how it's going to be balance-wise, of course. But I read a rule and it makes sense. My biggest summary of Konflikt 47 is I read a rule and that rule makes sense. So there you go. All right, 1 minute. I've had a slight issue here. Okay. Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. As I can barely hold my excitement, is there a bearable chance for an old grizzly officer in case someone wants to go full fluffy, asking for a friend? Oh, so if you wanted to run a pure Ursus army? So I don't know... obviously, because you need like platoon commanders and stuff. But if you wanted to go for a very bear heavy army, yes. I'm sorry, Ward, if that's too specific, but Maud is going to buy about €1,000 worth of Ursa's infantry right now. So hopefully I can get away with that one. Yeah, I think, yeah. The way I know Warlord has touched upon this in their, I know Warlord has touched upon this on their own website. So I have no idea how it worked in first edition. I have no idea how it worked in first edition. But if bolt action first edition army building was like the same as bolt if K47 first edition army building was the same as bolt action first second edition, then obviously you were limited by that reinforced platoon. So there's only so much you could take. I don't think it's much more like the platoon structure. We know they've talked about things like assault platoons, haven't they already? On Konflikt 47 articles. Let me just check. I'm pretty certain they've talked about it. Sure they did. Anyway, I can't remember what it was. But, yeah, so it's army building is similar to bolt action third edition, but obviously they need to take into account specialist units, like where does a bear go? But I think you'd be able to take a lot of bear infantry. I'll double check something for you, man. Force selection. Oh, the whole bit about let's have a look here. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, that's so cool. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. I got it. This is big. It's big. It's very, very, very positive. I'll just check 1 minute. Hmm. Okay. So, Mauld. Platoon commanders notwithstanding, you will basically be able to fulfill your bear army fantasies. Okay? So that's positive number 1. Likewise, if you were someone that wanted to take a lot of fucking zombies, you wanted to run an undead army, you probably you could cram quite a few undead in there. You could definitely you're probably not gonna want to, because you're gonna have like, zombies aren't great against tanks, from what I am led to believe. So, but if you wanted to have loads of normal tanks, and then maybe you want like a bunch of like tanks, but you want all of your infantry to be zombies, you could do that. You could be like, I don't want a single man with a rifle in this army. Every infantry I take is going to be a zombie. Yeah, sure, you can do that. So yeah, you can. You're not probably going to want. It's like in bolt action. There's a lot of flexibility in the way armies are built, but there are going to be some mandatory units. But yeah, you could take. But what counts as a mandatory unit is pretty big. The one thing that was the one thing that I have just seen is at the very beginning of the force organization area, there is a section called Incorporating Bolt Action Units. And it covers... I gotta be so careful.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
You will definitely be able to incorporate bolt action units into your army.
Indeed.
I would imagine I imagine if you are someone that has bolt action right now and you wanted to get into Konflikt 47, you could do so with... There will be some effort required, but you could do so with a pretty minimal effort. Yeah. Pretty minimal effort. They don't take any special way to incorporate in. Yeah. Like, oh, I want an extra squad of riflemen for this platoon. Okay. You could probably do that. Yeah. Could you do it without painting building a single new model? Obviously, it depends what you already have. You probably will need... I obviously it depends what you already have. But you will probably need... I would say this. You would probably need to get... I mean... If you bought a single Konflikt 47 box, that would probably all you'd ever need. If it's that level. We're not talking hundreds of pounds. We're talking if you had some spare grenadiers. Do you know what I mean? So it's not I don't think it's a like for like translation for if you're trying to do the bare minimum. But I don't want people to get the wrong end of the stick here. You can't just take your existing bolt action army and be like, it's in Konflikt 47. That's not saying any of the units that are in your existing army right now can't be fielded. I think many to all of them could be. What I'm saying is that you might need to fulfill some of the minimum requirements that I'm looking at here. You might need to get a sprue or two of like grenadiers and like turn the totem core, something like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's very, very, very minimum. So I don't want anyone getting the wrong end of the stick. I don't want being like, oh, Warlord's got out there. We're having to spend hundreds of pounds to rebuy my entire... No. This is a different game, so there are some different minimum requirements for like filling out your basic like rifle platoon, for example. So it's a little different there, but it's so small that I don't think it will be a problem for literally anyone. Literally anyone. So I'm not giving too much away. It's very, 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 very similar. I don't think it'll inconvenience anyone in any way, shape, or form. Overall, bolt action, this is the main takeaway to be. Overall, the bolt action army you have right now will be able to translate very, very easily into Konflikt 47. Okay? Very easily. There will be a little bit of work you have to do, but when I say a little bit, I'm talking a couple of spare sprues of infantry, one box, a single box, and that would be it. If that's the minimum you wanted. Personally, I think you kind of personally, I'm going to be leaning heavily into the weird stuff because the weird stuff is very, very, very flavorful. But if you're someone that's like, I really, for whatever reason it might be, I think you'll be able to take your bolt action army and put it into Konflikt with a very, very, very small amount of work. Okay, so I want people to be reassured by that. I'm trying to obviously dodge around the question because I don't want, because I'm trying to be obviously very careful with the situation, and I don't want to obviously step on Warlord's toes. But there is a very, very small amount of investment, I would say, and then other than that, you're fine. Yeah. Dexion's Game Corner. They said in the recent interview that if a unit has a Konflikt 47 rules, you use those rules. If they don't, use the bolt action V3 rules. Yeah, that seems fair. That seems pretty much in line with what I'm seeing here. It's more okay. It's more about. I'm just not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Warlord will want to, I'm not going to say it. People are going to think I'm being negative here, and I'm definitely not. I'm definitely fucking this up slightly. But it's because, it's fine. It's fine. There's a minimum requirement for a rifle platoon. So in order to have, and you have to take a rifle platoon, right? Okay. Well, there's a minimum requirement for an assault platoon. That's basically your rifle platoon. But the minimum requirement for an assault platoon is slightly different to the minimum requirement for a rifle platoon. Okay? That's how I would put it. So what I'm saying here is like, you would just need to be able to fulfill this very, very small minimum requirement for this assault platoon, and then everything else that you had in bolt action could be brought in. Okay? So it's when I say you've got a couple of sprues, if you had a couple of spare sprues of grenadiers and you fucking turn them into totem core, you'd be okay. But building them as grenadiers wouldn't fulfill the minimum requirements that you need for the assault platoon. Okay? See what I mean? So there's a minimum thing going on there. Like, if you, the very interesting thing, do you want to know what's very interesting? And this is a little teaser for you. You know how in I would say that the Konflikt 47 starter set is actually better than Battle of the Bulge. And I'll tell you this. In Battle of the Bulge, you get a single Greyhound. And that's actually not enough for a armored platoon, right? In Konflikt 47, let me just make sure I'm not lying here. Where's the starter bundle? Okay. The Konflikt 47 starter set, this one right here. Everything, this is like, I'm trying to like put it positive, trying to like put it into context. Everything so Battle of the Bulge, like the Greyhound just doesn't work because it's not in an armored platoon. A single vehicle isn't enough for an armored platoon. Everything you see here fits inside the force selection requirements for Konflikt 47 without you having to buy like an extra Vogel spinner or extra linebacker to build a minimum like armored platoon. Okay? So that you could build 2 platoons for each faction from this. One for your vehicle, one for your walkers, and 1 for your infantry. So so that's really cool. That's really, really cool. So there is something to accommodate like lone walkers, like in this situation, and there is stuff here that would allow you to fulfill an assault platoon. So there you go. I won't give too much more away from that. I think I've definitely danced up to the line there, but I was a little worried that by not being specific enough, that's not the way of looking at it. I was a little worried I was being so vague that people were going to start getting worried. Okay? People are going to start getting worried. So hopefully people can go, oh, I get it. Like, yeah. All right. So I need to fulfill like 1, like, or 2 of these like minimum things. And then everything I have about action could come over. And I'd be like, that would be a very sensible way of interpreting that. Yeah, yeah. See what I mean? So when I am telling you, you don't need to go out and buy an entire Konflikt 47 army to enjoy this game. If you're a bolt action person, naturally it's a different game, so there will be some level of buy-in, but it's so fucking minimal that I can't see it being a problem for anyone. Not anyone. And you could very easily, based off like spare models that you have, I know bolt action players are going to have spare models. Basically, based off spare models, you would be able to do this. So I think for the average bolt action player on the street, a lazy Sunday afternoon, rummaging around the bits box for some spare sprues would get you, would you'd be sorted. You know, maybe a few backpacks for some existing airborne troops that you've got. Maybe taking a soldering iron to some spare grenadiers to fuck them up, make them look like Totem Core. I think you would be, that would be enough. But honestly, and that's like that would be like and then you'd be sorted. So I think I think people should be reassured. I know that the sense people are going to be like, oh, Warlord trying to turn me upside down for my lunch money. I will tell you right now, Warlord are not trying to turn you upside down for your lunch money. They want you to buy this game because it's good, not because you feel pressured to do so. All right. So, there are, you know, there's a minimum amount of weird shit you're probably going to need to take, but it's so minimum and can be so easily accommodated that no one's going to bat an eyelid at it. And on the other end of the spectrum, if you're like Marald, who's like, I want to go full fucking bear, or you're like me, and I'm like, I want to go full fucking zombie, that is there. So we focus very much on the minimum aspect there. There's the other side of it, which is the maximum, which is like, if you want to build like a themed army, there's ways of doing it, but this isn't 40k where you can basically skew list and stat check someone before they even get off the ground. It's still fundamentally a Warlord game, so we're still operating under the platoon structure. Yeah, exactly. So I know that the number one thing I want you to take away from all this is it's positive. You as a bolt action player are not being shut out from this game. You are being, if anything, Warlord has bent over backwards to accommodate you. If you are someone that wants to buy a bolt action starter army to bulk out your Konflikt stuff because they're such a good fucking deal, you know, maybe you split the Konflikt 47 starter set, the one that we just had on screen, with a mate and then bought a bolt action starter army. Maybe that would be, you would get a full bolt action army and a full Konflikt 47 army for the low price of like 150 quid, brand new from Warlord. If you got it from a third-party person, you could get it even less than that. So that's someone who's got 0 bolt action. They could do that, and the rules would accommodate that. So do you see what I mean? Like, it really is, they really haven't tried to fuck you. It's like Gandalf, you know, Mr. Frodo, I am not trying to fuck you. I am trying to help you. That's what Warlord is. Gandalf. The community is Bilbo, and like, and Gandalf just like puts the hand on the shoulder and reassures them. Okay, that's the way of looking at it. There you go. So I do want to apologize because I feel like I got a bit murky there for a moment. But it was more of a case I knew people. I didn't want people to go away from the stream and start like chatting like, oh my god, and Mordian said, oh my, you can't just like take your bolt action army and put it in. Oh, that's awful. Do you know what I mean? I didn't want that to be the takeaway message. The takeaway message is, fuck yeah, bolt action players, come on in. That's the message. And so bolt action players are 99% accommodated. Well, they're 100% accommodated. There's just a very small, like I said, bit of work they'll have to do. Very minimal. And Konflikt 47 players who want to go full nuts on all the crazy shit, you can go full nuts on all the crazy shit. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Okay. Let's see what we got next. Okay, I want to say I've realized I've got so worried about that I've actually not wanked off CB Cooper. CB Cooper, lambast me, sir. You know what time it is. It's time, boys. It's time. CB Cooper, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yes. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. You absolute fucking mega boss. Can we get an 07 down in the chat for CB Cooper coming in with the big fucking 50 Dash Strike memberships, baby! Dash Strike memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh my days. CB Cooper with the Blues balls. Apologies, man. I got into the fucking like panic mode where I was like, oh my god, everything I'm saying about this sounds really negative, but it's not. It's actually really positive. But I'm overly worried about not giving stuff away that I'm actually making it worse. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just have to say how it works. Hopefully Warlord won't be too upset with me. And hopefully it'll mean that people because the whole thing is I want people to start getting more confident about this game because they should be feeling confident about it. So I was like, oh my god, I'm fucking this up. So yeah, CB Cooper, like, apologies for like over-egging that last bit, man, and for taking my time to get to you. Thank you so much for the incredible support, bro. And yeah, I apologize for the blue balls, but hopefully you are now, unloading absolutely everything everywhere based on what you're hearing about this game for Konflikt 47, man. Yeah. There you go. So CB Cooper 07, you magnificent bastard, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad. And dude, absolutely fucking amazing, man. Oh, I raise my glass to you, sir. I raise my glass to you, an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn Giga Chad. Honestly, I'm so fucking excited, man. CB Cooper. I'm so fucking excited for Konflikt. I really think it's going to be good. It's got that, in 40k, when you wake up or you're like bored at work and you start thinking about the game and you're like, oh man, it'd be so cool to have like a pure army like this and it's themed. It's so cool to have like a pure army like that. Like let's say using 40k for example, I really want to have like Green Tide, or I really want to have like a pure Tyranid Swarm, or I really wish I could have like a full guard like Tank Company and stuff like that. But then you think about how cool the idea is, but then you don't do it because you're like, I want to do that, but it's like by the time I finish like building and painting it, it's gonna be like out of date, right? Well, the thing with Konflikt 47 is you can, and I think this is a huge advantage it has of a bot action. I'm not shitting on bot action because I love bot action, but I think a huge advantage it has of a bot action is it's like you can wake up in that morning. You can be bored sat at that cubicle and work, and you could be thinking about how cool it would be to have like this crazy fucking army of like, I want to collect like the royal guard of like the green vault, where everyone is in my army's like got the best power armor and like the best, it's like I want like I want to really go into those like heavy power armor guys. And you could do that. You could make like the green vault royal guard, and if you just fucking love one unit, you can really, 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 really lean into it. Yeah. It's a big deal. It's refreshing. You can absolutely lean into the meme list. 100% agreed, Anthony. 100% agreed, CB Cooper. It accommodates meme lists and it accommodates them confidently, whilst also, curbing some of the worst offenders. Yeah. So it's so CB Cooper. I would just say this: thank you for your patience, and go forth with confidence. Go forth with great confidence. Buy it all. Okay, you know what? Here is a great fucking here's a great example. I have been blind buying units for Konflikt the last week. I just got in the post while I was away the last few days 2 squads of Ursa's infantry, a Merlin, and Siberian terror troops, and a turret to convert my Cromwell to a Tesla Cromwell. Okay? I bought all of that without seeing the core rules. I bought all of that not knowing how the platoon structure was going to be. I can use all of that. No dramas. Obviously, I haven't seen the army rules, but I've not bought a bunch of stuff not knowing if, and I've just been able to buy stuff and be excited. And it turns out I got a bit worried. I didn't need to be worried. So there you go. Let's have a look here. What have we got next? Nick Hatfield, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Oh, 1 second. There's a couple here, but Nick Hatfield, thank you for super chat, bro. The beginner Caden video was awesome. Nick, thank you for the 20-month member flex, man. Xbox, baby, and thank you for the kind words, man. Glad you enjoyed the beginner Caden one. I will be doing a beginner Krieg one as well, because I know people fucking love Krieg. Lower Decks, MG, Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. MG, we have heard a lot about lesser factions, but what about the most important faction in Konflikt 47? Australia. Does PM John Curtin lead us to glory? I have no idea. I haven't looked at the law for that. Okay, so the core rules are more focused on the rules at the moment, but bear in mind that, yeah, the core rules are based on the main factions at the moment. There will be a lot more detail about that kind of shit in the there'll be a lot more that'll probably be in the Commonwealth book. Probably. Yeah. And like I said, I've got it. This is a very, I want to make something clear. Everything that I've talked about so far is based on like this is an early version. We're still 2 months out. Do you know what I mean? We're still 2 months out. So yeah, a lot could change between now and then. All right, let's have a look. Anthony Williams, thank you, Superman. Can I put a pond skate in a list without Marines? I don't know, because I haven't got the armies of rules. So maybe was that a restriction? Was that a restriction in version 1? Like you had to take the pond skater with Marines? I don't see anything here that is restricting it. But again, that might be something that ends up being in the armies of rules. But right now, I don't see anything here that would restrict that. J Bond, thank you so much for the 36-month member flex, baby. Double, triple X Force, Plasma Force, baby. Oh, there you go. There you go, man. J Bond, thank you so much for 3 years, man. Dude, amazing. 3 years, baby. Have a great weekend, MG. 07. 07, man. 07. There we go. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Rattle the tin cup, or you'll be forced to sell your ankle picks to get the potato skins to feed yourself. And I'm sure you've got very nice ankles, Tim. All right. You know, I'm sure someone will pay to see him. Rattle the tin cup. Okay, so guys, I will, Ed Bailey, thank you, man. I will rattle my tin cup. Guys, if you are excited for Konflikt 47, please consider using the affiliate link down below for Warlord Games. If you're, you can use that wherever you are in the world. That link will take you to Warlord Games, and anything you buy through that link will support the channel. I get a bit of a kickback for you using it, okay? And if you're fucking hyped as fuck, man, then if you're hyped as fuck, go forth with confidence. I'm going to keep saying it. Go forth with confidence, boys. Look, to all the 40k players, who are so used to being abused by GW, this is like when you leave that abusive relationship and you get into a new, you get into a new relationship, and your missus reaches out to pick up the, I'll say this because it'll make people angry, to reach out to pick up the ketchup, because obviously ketchup's a condiment that goes with everything, right? Reached out to pick up the ketchup, and you instinctively flinch, because normally if she reached across the table, it'd be to slap you. Fucking can't use that anymore. Buy this new unit instead. Can't use that anymore. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's firstborn. Slap that away. Use this now. And so you instinctively, there's a lot of 40k players who are like flinching. Let me tell you, Warlord Games is just like they pick up the ketchup, and they're just like they're squirting some on their plate because they love the game. They're playing the game. They put some on their plate and they're like, "Oh, would you like some, honey?" And you're like, "Am I allowed it? Is that Primaris ketchup?" And they're like, "No, sweetie, it's just ketchup. Would you like some?" And you sort of tentatively take it because you weren't allowed ketchup. You were only allowed ranch at GW. They used to let you play with ketchup, but now you're only allowed ranch. And so you sort of take the ketchup and you sort of pour it on your plate and you put it back, and you sort of waiting for the other foot to land, and you just sort of, you dip it in, dip your chip into the your fry into the ketchup, and you sort of, and it tastes like ketchup. It doesn't taste like a disappointment. You're like, you've never had sauce that doesn't taste like disappointment before, so you eat a little bit more. And just the new partner just sitting across the table, you're just smiling like, is it nice? Do you like it? If you want some more, just help yourself. What do you mean? You're not gonna make me have more? No. You want some more? Help yourself. If not, that's okay too. That's a weirdly fitting metaphor for how 40k players are going to feel coming into playing Konflikt 47. You know? Gaz B, I want the curry sauce. You say, can I have some curry sauce? And they're like, yeah, sure. It's made out of metal and resin, though, but if you want it, it's there. You're like, okay, I'll get a little bit of curry sauce. But maybe I'll wait until the new recipe comes out and it's in plastic. But if you really want some, you'll have a little bit now. Do you know what I mean? But only because you want to. Not because you need to. Yeah. That's the way of looking at it. That's the way of looking at it. Yeah. It's not a perfect, but no relationship is perfect. But it's going to feel, you're going to be waiting for the other foot to drop, and I don't think it's going to drop. I think you're just going to be able to be chill. There is an element, being serious, remember though, there is an element, obviously, bolt action is not a particularly balanced game. Konflikt, I imagine, will probably not be particularly balanced. It's a new game that many of us are going to have to feel out. If something does end up being kind of broken, I would say apply the bolt action / old world mentality to it. Don't start the arms race. Everyone gets one. Everyone gets one. But you can of course take 4 nebs in a bolt action army, but you're gonna find people aren't very happy about it. I don't know what the equivalent in Konflikt could be. Who knows? But there will be an element of this is the place where we go to have fun. Tournaments are there, and tournaments are always super, super cutthroat, of course. But just enjoy it. Don't try and break. I would just say, look, don't try and break it straight away. At least enjoy it for 6, 12 months before you try and break it. There you are. Chicken Detonator, thank you so much for the support, man. 07 lads, Konflikt 47 hype is real. Konflikt 47 hype, baby! Chicken Detonator! I got the badge. I got the fucking badge, man. Thank you so much for your parcel. It was very, very awesome. And the Archer is beautifully painted. Easily my best painted bolt action model ever. And the officers are just fantastic as well. So thank you. And thank you for the badge as well. Thank you, Chicken Detonator. Incredible, man. John, who do you think we are? Art of War? Hey. We all know what 40k players are like. They'll see something broken, they'll spam it. They'll just spam and spam and spam and spam. But they have to, you can do that, but, maybe read the room. If everyone in your area is doing it, then go nuts. Of course. But if you're the only person in your area doing it, maybe dial it back a bit. Yeah. We had something like that in my bot action group recently. A friend of mine got into bot action and spammed, he was a competitive player, and he was like, well, I'll just take 4 nebs because they're obviously so good. And he was 2 tournaments in a row, 2 RTTs in a row, he just tabled everyone in 2 turns until basically the local, and it's the same people turn up to every tournament. It's just a local bolt action group. There's between a dozen and 2 dozen people that come to the quarterly RTT. The guy that runs the RTT just literally runs it off his own back, sells tickets for a bare minimum to cover the price of the hall, and that's it. He does it because it's a nice thing for people to look forward to, a bit of motivation. And in 2, so basically for 6 months, 2 quarterly tournaments, You know, this guy turned up and just fucking flattened people. You know, the TO basically had to be like, look, we know you can do it, but this is not really what we do here. So you've kind of outgrown this group. You've outgrown this group very, very quickly. So you're obviously always welcome to come, but I am going to have to start checking your list. And I am probably going to have to throw it back if you turn up with 4 nebs a third time, kind of thing. You know, and you know, the guy was like, okay, that's fine. I want to play this game as hard as possible. If this isn't really the group to do that, I will find a group that does accommodate that. So it was very cordial on both sides. It was just there is going to be an element of self-policing. So, you know, some groups are going to be very like, I got a linebacker, sick, bruh. I got this fucking zombie dude, sick, man. Let's fucking fight. And some people are going to be like, my entire army is nebs. Checkmate. I have brought 5 nebs and 1 company commander. I have drawn the first dice. I will now activate all 5 nebs. Good game. So yeah, there is an element of that. Okay, guys, I'm not going to be streaming for much longer. So get your questions in. Get your questions in, and then I'm going to wrap it up. All right. What is Ed Scar? One go to Monk Launches and Conflict Service to have a med. What's an MED? Rat Basil, I turned up at the right time. To be fair, we're gonna do a lightning. What is your pin number? I'm not even gonna say a funny one in case subconsciously it links to my real one. How many toes do you have? I have the normal amount, the same as everyone. 11. Which arm are you most excited about? Okay. I don't just say this to make Tiki happy, but I think the Japanese, and I've only seen, bear in mind, I've only seen what their rift weapons are because they're covered under the main book. But the Japanese compression guns, it's that Japanese engineering, boys. You know, that finely tuned, extremely precise. Don't read into it. I'm not giving you any hints here, by the way. I'm just saying the IJA do not rely upon. I'm not even going to say it like that. Japanese rift technology is very reliable. That's it. And it has, and it's very reliable. And oh my God, it can be very powerful. It can be. It can be. Garrett Leonard, can I thank you for Super Chat, man. Can I use 2 squads of Beverly? Yes. Yeah, no, with that, I mean, unless there is something in the armies of book for Soviets, which I don't have, right now, I see nothing that would stop you from doing that. Go forth, Garrett, and get all the Ursus to your heart's content. How many spy tanks? Too many spy tanks. I don't know, because I haven't got the armies of for Japan. Oh, do you mean the little Vogel spinners? The little, like, German ones? Do they get one of the eyeball turrets? That's a big question. I mean, they've shown off some of the stuff for the Vogel spinners, haven't they? They do. then obviously points notwithstanding, they get a mini one. Okay, let me have a look. Is it mini because it's just small, or have Warlords said it's mini because? I mean, I'm just gonna check. I'm just gonna check. I'm not gonna give anything away. I'm just gonna check something. Oh, I know which one it'll be. Okay. Even with it being the mini one. Oh. Yeah, I think you would have a great time. They get a mini one, not the big eyeball. I'm just going to say this. There are different size of eyeballs. All of them are great. They might, I don't know what the points are for them, so they could be expensive, but the good news is that you know, the kit comes with like 4 different options from what I understand. So there's a real chance that you can just swap the turrets out. So it's like no risk. It's like no risk. Yeah. Yeah. If even the mini eyeballs, I told you before, the eyeball turrets are great. Like really great. Yeah. What do we got here? Troubadour 202. What is the British style of Rift technology? Oh, so it's obviously what the British have. The British, I don't know about the. I have no idea what the autonomans do. I have no idea what the automatons do. All I know is there is a slur for the automatons by the people that don't like them, which is hilarious. They've got a maybe slur's not the right word, but there is a nickname for them. As for the weapons, it's not a I won't. It's not bad. You could say it in public, okay? It's not clankers or anything like that. You could call them clankers. You could call them tinnies if you wanted to. Yeah, it's fine. It's just there's a nickname for them. Slur is probably too strong a word, and I wouldn't want someone to get the wrong end of the stick. There's a nickname for them, and obviously, if you were like, "Oh, those fucking knobheads," it's how you say it. Do you know what I mean? As for the British, what the British have access to, I mean, in terms of weapons, obviously they have Tesla weapons, but they've also got the Meteor launcher, right? The thing on the Churchill Meteor, and that thing, the Meteor launcher, can be rift charged, and it has quite a unique ability. It's a little random. But it's strong. Yeah. So they don't. What you see is what you get. So you could go on the Warlord website now, and you could buy Tesla turrets for your Cromwells, and that would be great. If you wanted to buy a Churchill Meteor, you could do that. And the Tesla stuff looks great. And the Meteor launcher can be rift charged, and it has a unique thing when it gets rift charged, which is it's cool. Yeah. So there you go, Trooper. Hopefully that helps. I've pointed you in the right direction. Probably the gun, which I think has. I don't know what the rail cannons did in version 1.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
But the
one
rail
man to keep
cannons
streets safe.
in this version, well, let's just say that the spirit of the Vanquisher lives on. And you will definitely be able to flip your railgun to surge and cry out in a loud voice, "It's railing time!" And then roll the die, and then roll to hit and stuff. And woe betide anything that gets on the receiving end of that. Woe betide. It's going to make the towel blush. It's very specialized though, obviously, because you know, it's powerful, but like a Vanquisher, it's specialized. Yeah. Does His Majesty's Grenadiers get a rift-powered bagpipe with the ability to force undead back and intimidate Nacht Jaegers? I don't know. Truth be told, because I don't have the armies of books. I don't know. Maybe. And that's not a hint. I just don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Out of all of the... I'll tell you one positive. You know the compression rifles for the Japanese in version 1. A lot of people said they were kind of shit. I think they've done them justice now. So if you are someone that likes the Japanese compression technology, I think the basic, the miniature compression gun, just the compression rifle, I think that's really good now. Yeah. I think it's really good. Even just, you know what? Even unsurged, it's good. Surged, it's amazing. But even unsurged, it's good. Yeah. Ed Scar, 3 shots with a negative pen made them lots of spam shots, but less powerful each. I thought that was interesting, if not good. They had pen -1 in V1. They were awful. So any pen is probably going to be quite helpful in a world of power armor. So that's one thing to say. Second thing I will say this. It's possible for them to have... It's possible for them to be somewhat penetrating. Yeah. Overall, I would say they are... Overall, I really like the new Japanese compression rules. I'm not going to give anything else away from that. I think that they're different. You're going to look at them as a existing K-47 player and go, what? and then you're going to read what the compression rule does now, and you're going to go, oh. So yeah, that's one way of looking at it. They're definitely, if they were all about like if it was all about spamming shit shots last time, it doesn't work like that anymore. Yeah, I think they're really good. Obviously, I'm not a K47 V1 player. I'm barely a K47 V2 player. I haven't played the game yet, but looking at the bigger picture, I think they're pretty good. Yeah. I think that's mostly everything. Is 2 Ursus platoons too much? I don't know the points cost, but 2 Ursus platoons would be a lot of Ursus, but you could probably do it. Depends on how they've changed the rules and points for them, of course, but it would be possible for one to do that. Yeah. Fuck's sake, HS. No, that surprisingly isn't covered by the rules. I'm just trying to think if there's any last bits I want to mention. So I like the Japanese compression guns. I think the German eyeball guns are amazing. And the German rail guns are amazing. The Soviet weapons are... okay. When I first saw them, I was like, But the more I look into them, the more I start getting very excited about them. There's some guns in this game which are very obviously flashy. And there's some guns in this game which, to the simple mind, would be like, don't like it. But then it's a fantastic tool to have in your toolbox. And I personally will be very like Fuzoda when I shoot my with my T-34 going around a corner and just like there's an enemy unit there. Fuzoda, like Ivan, slam the big red button. Bang. Like, yeah, you have to get the full Fuzoda, you do have to press the big red button, but it's definitely worth pressing the big red button. Yeah. Anything to avoid? I don't know points cost yet, so that's hard to say. But everything I've seen so far, I've been pretty happy with. Yeah. But I put a disclaimer there saying when I see points cost, I may change my mind. Yeah. I'm hoping in the non-competitive meta, seeing larger armies with some rift tech of monsters rather than smaller monsters / robot type games. I mean, I think this game will get played at 1250. I would presume. I think you'll be able to take a decently sized army. I think if you'll be able to take a decently sized army, I think you'll be able to play everything from 500 points up to 1500 points in a pretty regular game. Yeah. I think, yeah. We haven't so we've talked about Japanese guns. I think they're reliable and they have the potential to be like really, really good. I quite like the look of the new rifles. Of the basic rifle, yeah. Soviet gun being like you're gonna want to overcharge it, but it's worth overcharging it. Yeah, like you look at this honestly, it's I cannot express this enough about Soviet guns, because the more I look at it, the more I'll be at full transparency. The first time I saw them, I was like, I'm not sure I like it. I'm not sure there's enough oomph there. Over the last day or two since I've had these rules, I keep going back to it and I keep looking at it and I keep just being like, oh. And so it's one of those things where I think, somewhat ironically for the Soviets, actually maybe not, because they're all about, we see Soviets like the big Soviet bear, but they're very good at like spy stuff. They can be sneaky. I think it is subtly very good. I think it is subtly very good. Yeah. But I feel like maybe I will get the wrong end of the stick, but I feel like I can definitely see some people being a bit like, oh, Soviets got bummed, but they didn't. Not at all. Yeah. Some weapons are flashier. Soviet weapons don't need to be flashy to get the job done. Yeah. We've talked about the Brits. Meteor. Meteor's kind of unique, which is cool. We haven't talked about Tesla. Tesla is fucking mental. I love it. Yeah. Tesla is pretty fucking mental. I've got 2 of these open, haven't I? Yeah. Right, so let me have this up here. I'm not going to give too much away, but I want to get you guys excited. I'd say the 2 things I'm most hyped for is probably power armor in general. And the rift dice. And the way things rift. Let me just refresh myself what Tesla does. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. So, okay, listen up. This is the biggie, okay? This is the biggie. I'm not going to give you the exact details, but let me put it this way. Tesla is obviously like an electricity-based gun, okay? So you can, some weapons, like, you can overcharge them like a bit, but they're just like there's only so big a shockwave you could make. Do you know what I mean? So the Soviet gun can be overloaded, and you probably do want to overload it. But the downside is the overload isn't that bad. Like, maybe your own guys get a bit like, oh fuck man, I've got a fucking headache now. Do you know what I mean? So the overload isn't that bad. Tesla starts off relatively wimpy. Like, you're just sort of going around like buzz. You go around like rubbing your feet on the carpet, and you go up to them like a little static shock. That's like just an uncharged, just like a regularly charged Tesla weapon. It's fine, whatever. Decent, but nothing to write home about. It's just like a little spark going out. Or you can go, and there's regular Tesla, there's like surge Tesla, there's like just regular, let's juice it up a bit. And then there's overloaded Tesla. And overloaded Tesla is basically Palpatine going, unlimited power. Blah! Oh my, I can't control the power. Yeah, and then, yeah. It isn't, Tesla is, it's really like, how dangerous do you want, how much juice are you going to put into the Tesla cannon? But the more, you know, you've got like level 1, level 2, level 3, and the more juice you put in, the bigger the zap. And let me tell you, you do not want to be inside a metal can that gets hit by Tesla. Okay, no siree. All right, no siree at all. But the more you juice it up, the more I'm just gonna say horrendous the overload. Like, actually fucking horrendous. Like, you could just blow up. Like, just, I mean, probably going to take the enemy with you. Well, they're going to die first, and then you're probably going to blow up. But it is interesting because you have the potential for relatively, like, low-level Tesla. Because there's quite one interesting thing about Tesla, I'd say more than any other gun out there. There's quite a few different kinds of Tesla weapon. So, you know, for the Germans, it's like you've got the big eyeball or you've got the little eyeball, and you've got like one kind of railgun. It's like a big fucking railgun, but you've got one kind of railgun, right? For the Soviets, it's like we have shockwave technology. We've got a little shockwave, we've got a big shockwave. You know, Japan's a bit different, where it's like, okay, we've got the rifle, and then we've got like the cannon, the light cannon and the big compression cannon, right? But it's pretty simple. Tesla, there's like 4 or 5 different Tesla weapons. It's quite a lot. But what's interesting is that even the little Tesla weapons can absolutely go fucking ape. Can be fucking juiced. But, you know, it's risky for a little dude to fucking fully juice his Tesla gun. Yeah. Risky for anyone to use a Tesla gun, to be fair. But only if you overcharge it. If you don't overcharge them, they're fine. Just like, bzz, 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 bzz. You know, if you don't overcharge them, it's fine. But if you do, but you're probably going to want to overcharge them. This is one of the things that I want to sort of touch upon. Rift technology is wildly powerful. It is wildly powerful. I now understand when that Warlord guy did that interview and he was like, your veteran like grenadier is going to feel like a conscript in Konflikt. That wasn't entirely true, but there was a grain of truth to it. You know, getting hit by a rift charged, let's say you're a German grenadier, a veteran grenadier, getting hit by a rift charged Tesla weapon is going to be very bad. It's going to be bad. It's definitely going to hurt you easier than like a bullet is. But the problem so it's powerful. Rift technology is powerful. But it's limited in use because obviously you can overcharge this stuff, but that might be once per game. If you don't get your Rift dice back, it might be once per game. And it can blow up. Like we've said, there can be very serious negative side effects for it. So there's a big question here of like mundane, for lack of a better term, but like mundane technology versus Rift technology. And the big thing is Rift technology is high risk, high reward. Mundane technology is just very reliable. You know, a medium anti-tank gun functions exactly the same as it did. Medium AT. So there's going to be a real, you know, you are not going to. You're probably still going to want some mundane shit in there if you were playing like strictly as best as possible, because yeah, your Tesla cannon. Let's put it this way, right? Let's say you've got a Sherman. You've got two Shermans, one armed with a Tesla cannon, one armed with just like a good old medium AT, right? One game, your Tesla cannon might just be like unlimited power, and it unleashes the huge Tesla arc, and it fucking just turns, just completely fries like a tank well above it. Maybe it's like a little, maybe it's even like a little Tesla Stuart, and it punches up, and maybe it takes out like I don't know if it quite has this. It might do. Let me just check. So if you went full ham on this, yeah. So you could get your little Tesla Stuart and just be like, Valhalla! And just fucking slam, get the big fucking Tesla generator fucking lever. It's like, put it to like full overdrive, and just unleash the big, this is from a Tesla Stuart. Unleash it and it's like fucking pop a Tiger. Pop a Tiger 1.
Reporting
Okay?
for duty,
Not
sir.
guaranteed, but like have a reasonable chance of popping a Tiger 1. And then maybe, blessings of super FDR be upon you, you survive the overload. It's going to be, it's a solid maybe, but maybe you survive the overload. Sweet, amazing, sick. That was game 1. But maybe next time you go to shoot the Tesla weapon, it's just like, and it just goes, it just doesn't work. It works, but like you just don't quite get the perfect roll that you want, right? At that point, you're going to be very glad for your Sherman Easy 8. Because your Sherman Easy 8 with its heavy anti-tank gun, or you even your Sherman with your medium anti-tank gun, let's say your Sherman Easy 8 with your heavy anti-tank gun, you're very, very grateful for your Sherman at that point. Because you know what? Your Tesla Sherman might have just shit the bed, but the Easy 8 just slamming out them reliable heavy AT rounds. If it's a regular Sherman, just slamming out those steady Eddie medium AT. There's always going to be a place in your army for a medium tank with medium AT, always. Yeah. So I think that's a good way of looking at it. Like, you're going to want to fucking have some of this like crazy rift technology because it's fun, and oh boy does it have the potential to pop off. But a savvy, if you're not that bothered about being competitive, then that's fine. But I would say a savvy player would probably still, he'd still be worth his time putting a bit of mundane AT in there. Only the most brave and most foolish would entirely rely upon Tesla to solve all of their problems. Only the most brazen of clan scry warlocks relies entirely upon their technology to achieve victory. You're still somewhere in your list for the humble clan rat. There's still somewhere. There's always going to be a place in your list for just the humble trooper. Yeah. But you can go full Tesla. You can absolutely go full Tesla and have a whale of a time. Sounds like a problem more Teslas would solve. And you know what, Jarvo? If you could take that mentality and you could run with that mentality and have a great fucking time with that mentality. I'm just saying, for those people that like a little bit of reliability, or for those people that are worried about being left behind, like they're looking down at their humble little M4 Sherman and they're like, do I need to go and spend like 17 quid to get him a Tesla turret? No, you don't. You if you wanted to, you could do, but there'd still be a place for that humble M4 Sherman in your list. Because as Still Unsure says, good old reliable rock. Nothing beats rock. Exactly. Just end the day, blunt object, bopping someone on the head. Still good. So yeah, there you go. Let me see what I've got here. Got 3 bits of support coming in here. Wise Old Worm, thank you for Super Man. Can you use bot action kits? Do they have rules? Yes. Go forth with great confidence on every bot action kit. Like, just don't worry about it. You'll be all right. Sounds crazy, I know. Like, everyone, just don't worry about it. You'll be okay. And I'm not saying that flippantly. There's a whole bit in the book just covering it, and everyone's going to be happy with it. Everyone. Just go be happy with it. Yeah. So bot action players, you're absolutely sorted. And people who want to, existing bot action players, you're absolutely sorted. Brand new players to the game, you want to bulk your army out with a bot action starter army, go nuts. Oh, you can do that. You'll be fine. Yeah. Chris K, thank you for Super Chat, man. What's your benefit to effort ratio of magnetizing? For Konflikt 47 specifically, I don't know yet because I haven't got the points. But I don't bother magnetizing because I find it a faff. And I always want a good excuse to buy more stuff because I'm a fucking consumer. Like, but some people swear by magnetizing, some people don't. I'm neither pro nor anti-magnetizing. I don't often do it myself. We'll have a 40k, but in general, I'd say in 40k, definitely more relevant in 40k, just because one balanced data slate, you might need a Lehman Russ Vanquisher, and the next you might want a Lehman Russ Demolisher. So I'd say often better to do it in 40k than any other game. Yeah. I've never felt the need to magnetize outside of 40k. What have we got here? Squigger Sean! Squigger Sean, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the 20 totem core. Birds. Thank you so much, man. No, seriously, that's a very generous amount of support. Big thank you to Squigger Sean for the incredible support. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you for going above and beyond and for doing your part. And I can just say, by the way, the totem core models, I know you sort of look at them and go, 30 quid for 12 zombies. Firstly, you can get them for like 20% off on Wayland Games. I'd definitely consider doing that. Secondly, I was actually painting the totem core sculpts last week, and I completely fell in love with them. It's assuming this, financially you're in a position to do this, I would definitely consider getting a box of the totem core. This is to everyone, not just Squiggle or Sean. Getting a box of them. The sculpts are so nice. Really, really, really nice. Very, very immersive. The pictures on the Waller website do not do them justice at all. Squiggle or Sean, thank you very much for the 20 memberships. Thank you for your generous support. You're an absolute Giga Chad, sir. 07, and thank you for being our Totem Core commander. There we go. You got a box. Nice. Nice. I was very, very surprised about how much I enjoyed painting the Totem Core. Like, before this, I was like, I'm definitely going to get, like, the War Games Atlantic, like, plastic zombies. And now I'm like, I think I'll just get, like, 3 boxes of Totem Core. I'm totally okay with running, like sort of 36 Totem Core. I might, if I ever want to do the full zombie horde, I'd probably do more than that. But like 2 squads of 18 totem core, going off first edition rules, I don't know if they're still available in 20-man squads, to be clear. But yeah, man, I really, really like the sculpts, and I like them so much that I'd be willing to spend a silly amount of money on zombies. Yeah. It's just like the way, like a good example of this is they'll have like a bullet wound on the front, and it'll be replicated on the back. So it's like a wound, it's a bullet that's gone through and out the other side, and the care has been put in there to see that. Yeah. I enjoy painting metal. Paint just seems to flow out metal. Agreed. I've been very surprised how well these metal Soviet Tin Men and Totem Core have been taking my speed paints. Obviously, you use other paints over speed paints, but yeah, very surprised. Speed paints are just a little bit more watery, so maybe there's something to that. I don't know, but yeah, I can definitely attest to that. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna have to go in a minute, guys. So let's just have a quick look here. Last few questions. Mordian Glory, what do you think the role will be of walkers that don't feature Rift Tech weapons? Worthwhile? Example, Grizzly with medium AT or linebacker with autocannon bazooka. So you will still have a Rift dice more than... Okay, I don't know for sure, but more than likely you'll still have a Rift dice, because even if you don't have a weapon that can be overcharged, there's a good chance you'll have an ability on your unit entry that can be Rift charged. I think so anyway. I don't know, is the honest answer. Maybe you get a unit ability and you get a weapon. Maybe if you've got a Rift weapon, you don't get a unit ability. I'm not sure. But I'm not sure. But I presume you'll probably still... We'll have something Rifty to do. Let's presume for a moment you don't. Let's presume that the linebacker, it has the Tesla gun. So when you surge it, that's what the Rift dice is for. If you don't take the Tesla gun, it doesn't get a Rift mechanic. Okay, for a moment. You are absolutely going to want to have mundane weapons in your army. If you're fully memeing it up, like full, this is the... FDR's own Tesla, the first Tesla core of FDR's own, then sure, yeah, go nuts. But I can really, really see people being like, good old autocannon, never lets you down. So I think there's going to be a place for, I think mundane weapons and Rift weapons are going to be very comfortable side by side, and a savvy general would take advantage of both. The memers will meme. That's fine. Let them meme and let them have fun. The savvy generals will have a little bit of everything. Godlike Poet, you did do a tip. Please lambast me, sir. Godlike Poet, thank you for the tip, man. Vow and army update and stream discussion. Can't wait to get started and actually play a game with them. Also, I can't wait to finish, although I'm doing my best not to rush them, so I can get started on my nasty evil BA/K47 dudes. Hope you had a nice break, 07 sir. Dude, I had an amazing break. Really, really good. 2 days away with the boys. Sat around in... it was great, honestly. I couldn't say too much about what it was before we went away, but basically it was one of my mates' 40th, and we went... There was 7 of us. We went to a log cabin in the middle of nowhere. It was on Airbnb. It was a nice log cabin though. All the modern amenities. There was even a fucking air fryer there. So it was a log cabin, but in the middle of like rural mountainous like Wales. And we spent our mate is really, really, really into D&D. So we spent 2 days. We had costumes. I had a costume. I was dressed up as a paladin. So I had like a tabard and a great helm and a sword. And we spent 2 days eating, drinking, and role-playing a one-shot D&D campaign that Mordy Bro, who is our go-to GM, GM had written. And it will be a story that will be reminisced upon many times. Yeah. I might have a photo of the costume if you want to see it. I should have a photo of the costume. Just loading now. I won't show off anyone else's face because obviously they might not want it showing off. But I'll show you 2 pictures. Maybe only 1 picture. One of them's pretty wanky. I mean, they're all pretty fucking wanky, but one of them's exceptionally wanky. There you go. You can have this one. You can have this one, boys. This was the outfit that I was in the entire weekend. There you go. There you go. I bought the hat. The hat is metal, by the way. The hat is metal. So I bought the. I told you it was fucking rural. There's like no civilization in that picture. So I bought linen, like medieval style. They weren't expensive, but like medieval style linen pants and a medieval style linen shirt. And then I had like the tabard and the belt to go around it. And then I already owned the sword. And then I had to buy the helmet. The helmet was the most expensive bit because I could have got like a cardboard one, but I was like, fuck that. I'm going in. So I bought a proper helmet. It wasn't that expensive, but it wasn't cheap. Do you know what I mean? So every old world video now will have to feature me using the helmet to somewhat justify its cost. There you go. So that was my that was proof. There you go. But yeah, we cooked over the fire. We sat, we introduced our character. Our mate didn't know it was happening. So his missus, by the way, his missus, man, she really went above and beyond with this one. But it's his 40th, so fair play. But his missus told him they were having a romantic getaway. So she said he knew he was going like somewhere rural, but took him. It's like it's going to be a romantic getaway. So just me and you, the kids. We're going to get someone to look after the kids for a couple of days. So just me and you in the countryside in Wales in a log cabin. It's going to be super romantic and everything. And he was like, "Oh yeah, that's amazing." That's he was really excited for it. I don't know if she told him quite that much, but she said it was going to be a romantic getaway. I think she kept a lot of it under wraps. But there was like a winding. She had like the main road, and then there's like quite a long winding track to get to this that you had to like drive up. And he wore she was like, "Put this blindfold on, from this point onwards, because I want to like." Take the blindfold off so you can like reveal it. So she messaged us when she put the blindfold on him. She messaged us when she was at the bottom of the road saying, "Okay, I'm going to be 5 minutes coming up the road. Get ready." So we this is so nerdy, right? So we had we all put our costumes on, or put the some people were like I didn't have my helmet on, for example, so I just like put my helmet back on and everything. And we sat around the fire because there was a bunch of like logs and like wooden benches and stuff that you could that you could use. So we sat around like the fire and waiting for him to come up, and then we had playing like D&D. It wasn't like D&D music. It was 1 hour dark Viking music. It was really. I can actually put it on. It'll be fine for DMCA purposes. I don't think it's too bad. Even if it is, it's fine. So it was this one. So we had like this playing, like ready when he got out. We had this playing as he got out of the car, and you could tell he was like, "What the fuck's going?" He couldn't see. He's got the blindfold on. So we're all sat around in character, and then his missus takes his blindfold off, and we're all sort of sat there, and like my brother, like the DM, like looks up and is like, "Ah, another traveler. Come join us by the fire." And he was like, "What?" And like he came over and like joined us by the fire, and then we were like, we introduced ourselves as our characters. And his missus was there like filming like the whole thing and everything as we were like as we were getting introduced. And then he was like, "Who am I playing as?" And then we handed him his character sheet, and he was just like, "Oh my god." Yeah, very exactly, Dixie Fiend. Very much you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border. Yeah, and so honestly, he had like, obviously he was very, very excited. But his missus like, had like a big, kiss and like a hug with his miss, like, "Oh my god, this is amazing. I can't believe you've done this," kind of thing. And then she like was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna leave you boys to it." And he was like, "What?" And she was like, "This is boy time. I don't want to, I'm not gonna like get involved. I know this is something that you boys need to do." And we were all like, but she'd just driven for like 2.5 hours. We're like, we're not gonna get started for like a little bit. If you want to like stick around. She's like, no, I get it. It's okay. Like, I'm gonna get driving back now. And we even said like, just stay over the first night. We're only doing like intro shit in the first night. But she was like, "No, I insist that I drive back now because I want it from this point on to be the boys' weekend." And we were like, okay, fair enough. Probably a case of she didn't want to sit around while we were nerding out. I get that. But also, it was a case of like, it was 50-50. Do you know what I mean? 50%, I don't want to sit around while the boys go fucking turbo nerd. But also 50% like, the boys are going to want to really get into this, and they might... I wouldn't give a fuck, and I don't think anyone there would have given a fuck, but there's always an element of you might not want to go full tism if there's like, someone's missus in the room kind of thing. But no, she's very, 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 very cool. It was very much the latter, not the former. She's a good. Again, I won't say names or anything, just for ultra secrecy reasons, but she's got her head screwed on straight, and yeah, and so from that point on, D&D'd until 4 in the morning, day one. Woke up, cooked breakfast. D&D'd all the way through until 4 in the morning, day two. Probably like 24 hours of D&D in total. One-shot campaign, boom, done. And that was it. That was it. So it was very, 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 very cool. So that's where I was for the last 2 days, and you have the proof with the picture. But anyway, that wasn't really the point of Godlike Poet's super chat. So I will now have a look at the at what he's posted. Let's have a look, man. There we go. Been a fairly busy bee the last couple of days. Got a squad of engineers, although they've been nerfed. What? There's been an update to the engineers. I just got a ride from Unrattlings and my Timu TC. So I haven't been in touch about the episode. This week kind of got away from me. I'm hoping to be finished very soon, though, so we can definitely work it out. It's all good. It's all good, man. I am not going to struggle without our video. So there's no time pressure on it. If it doesn't happen until late next week, it could be a month, and I'd still be able to accommodate it. Do you know what I mean? So there's literally zero pressure. It's whenever you are comfortable, and whenever it works best for you. Yeah. Dude, these are cool, though. The fucking sawn-off Le Grognard rifles. Yeah, man. Feeling that. Very much feeling that. And all the kneeling down guys are the same height as a fucking rattling. Brilliant. Love that. That's really cool attention to detail. And a fucking Panzer Shrek for the tank stopper rifle. That's cool. Oh, man. Hey, that's come out all right. That's come out all right, hasn't it? Oh, man. That's sick, bro. Can't believe that tank was £7. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. There we go. All right. But yeah, Godlike Poet. Let's fucking we'll bro down at some point, and let's get you fucking Konflikt conscripted. Konflikt confirmed. Yeah, that's it. Let's fucking do it. So, gentlemen, speaking of Konflikt, as we have done all night, we are going to wrap things up now. We have meandered here and there. We have talked about many things Konflikt 47 related, and we've had some phenomenal support over the stream, so thank you for that. But let me just summarize now, because for those of you that have joined us late, let us summarize. I know I haven't given too much away. I know that some of you, I know we sort of got, I know I kept my cards fairly close to my chest, but I didn't give away any stat lines. I didn't, even the 1 points cost I had, I didn't even give that to you. Okay. I know it was very much of like, this is cool and this is cool. And it's kind of like, I gave you some details like, you know, Tesla can really go nuts, but the more you overcharge it, the more powerful it gets, but the more likely it's going to like explode. All right. I've given you like, that's the level of detail that I've given. And I know that some of you are going to be thinking like, everything you talked about was positive. It can't, you know, you just ball washing Mordian. You just ball washing Warlord. You're glazing Warlord. Yeah, I am. But, and it's a big but, I'm willingly doing it. And I ain't doing it for the freebies. And I've definitely gone right up to the line with like what Warlord are probably comfortable me talking about. So, you know, I'm not, you know, I know Warlord are probably going to be like, oh, Mordian, oh. I might, you know, if I got an email saying, okay, like, no more than what you've said, I might even get a bit told off. Hopefully I won't, because I've really tried to like, ride that line about like, let's build fucking hype, but not tread on Warlord's toes, because they're going to want to do their own hype and everything, and I get that. So I really hope I haven't upset them. I really do. But let me say this. There's a reason why everything I was saying about this game was positive. I haven't come across something I don't like yet. From the way armies are built to the way walkers work, the changes that they've made to like how one-man crew walkers work. I told you there was a change there, but I really liked it. The way the rift dice work, I was very worried how they were going to do rift dice. It's actually fantastic. At every level, I'm just seeing stuff that I like, and I'm seeing stuff and I'm going, that works that way because it makes sense. Like, I'm not seeing a rule where I'm having to fucking abstract my mind. I'm having to fucking go. So I've not seen a rule or a thing or whatever where I'm like, okay, well, it only works that way for like balance purposes. I read a rule and I'm like, oh my God, of course it works that way. Of course it does. Oh my God. Like, yeah. Obviously, you know, more legs, the better. Do you know what I mean? Like this kind of stuff. So I'm really talking very positively about this game, but there's no gun been held, or let's put it this way. There's no, well, I would say there's no NDA being held. There's a little bit of an NDA being held to my head, but obviously that's just because I want to work with Warlord. Do you know what I mean? But long story short, I'm waffling too much. Long story short, I'm talking positively about this game because I think it's really good. No bullshit. No sales pitch. No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm just looking at the game. And I'm so excited, I have to talk about it. I have to. I'm just like, I want to talk about it. I've been so hyped for this game. I've been buying shit. Do you want to know, I've done something I've never, ever done with 40k. And I've never felt comfortable doing for 40k. I've bought stuff without knowing the rules. I can confidently say at no point in pretty much my entire 40k career have I bought something without knowing what the rules were for it for 40k, because I was just worried that I'd buy something and it'd be shit. And in Konflikt, for the last 2 weeks, I have been just financially irresponsible, frankly. Warlord has not sent me a free model yet. I understand I'm probably going to be getting some free models. We'll see. You know, but I've not expected any free models. I have bought, thanks to the support we've got from the stream, I bought my Riftbuster Mega Bundle. They haven't sent me one for free. I bought all of this stuff because I was just so excited for the game. And towards the end of last week, I wobbled slightly because I was like, fuck, man, I've spent like hundreds of pounds on this game. I've not seen the rules. What if it heresies? That doubt began growing in my mind. Like, I've been a bit silly here. I've bought stuff. Do you know what I mean? That I've been a bit worried. And then I was even more worried because I was like, I've not only bought stuff, but everyone else has been getting hyped up. And they've been buying stuff as well. What if I've just led us all on this fucking fool's errand? Do you know what I mean? Like, I was getting a little worried. And then, now I've seen those rules. I've seen the Konflikt 47 core rules. I ain't worried. I am not worried. My Konflikt hype has been confirmed. And the rules, the only thing we've got left are the army rules. The army rules. And obviously, that can change stuff. But army rules can be updated. We've seen Warlord are willing to do that, willing to listen to feedback. Look at the update they did to the US army rules by air, land, and sea. People were like, Warlord, this is a bit meh. We need something better than this. They went away, cooked up something decent, released it as an FAQ like a month or two later, like 2 months, 3 months later. And now, people are like, oh, okay, by air, land, and sea, that's fine. Thank you, Warlord. Appreciate it. There's a bit of worry. They don't FAQ things willy fucking nilly. But the point is, like, the most army rules and points and stuff, they can change. They can change. The most important thing is having that foundation of the core rules. And I don't see Warlord needing to release a 207-page PDF document. I don't see Warlord needing to release a rules commentary that is as long as the core rules to explain what the fuck's going on there. I don't see that. I see a very solid set of core rules. A very solid set of core rules. And that's the foundation, baby. That's the foundation. And I've only had these in my hand for a few days, so maybe my opinion will change. I've only had these in my hands for a few days. But every time I think of something, I go and check the core rules and the answer's there. Like, oh, I really hope based on the changes from Bolt Action 2nd to 3rd edition, I really hope they... Oh, fuck me. It's okay. I just crushed his legs together. I really hope they update how one-man walkers work, because only being able to... In version 1, you can only fire one weapon. Well, that's all right when in version 1 your MMGs and your HMGs fire the full amount of shots. Like, oh, I can fire my MMG and get like 5 shots, or my HMG and get 3 shots. It's like an actual decision to be made there. But obviously in Bolt Action 3rd edition, HMGs and MMGs fire the same number of shots. So if they'd kept the old rule around this guy, you'd never fire the MMG, because you'd always fire the HMG. Well, guess what? Good news. Warlord Games thought about that. They thought about that. If this was... How many times with Games Workshop have we seen them just copy and paste something without even trying to make it work? Just copy and paste it and go, here you go. Look at the new Salamanders thing. It's just a Firestorm assault detachment, but with like 2 chain stratagems. It's super, super half-assed. It is night and day. Right now, it's night and day between Warlord and GW. GW is doing the bare fucking minimum. They're releasing like a codex with 1 model. 1 model? Custodes got a new shield captain, which basically looks like a normal Custodes. You're looking at the models, and they're very clearly using reused assets on half of the fucking models at this point. To the point where people are calling the new Empress Champion Ancient model, like, just basically they took the fucking sword off the Empress Champion and gave him a banner for the Black Templars. And then you look over at Warlord and it's like, I'm sure there's going to be some issues. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's going to be some issues. But, like, it's the little things. It's the attention to detail. It's the, oh, what happens if 2, like, unstoppable, never giving up units meet in assault? What happens if 2 units of Totem Core just start fucking battering the shit out of each other? That's going to go on for, like, 20 fucking minutes, that combat. Well, we don't want the whole game to slow down because of 1 combat. Okay. So there's a mechanic that lets that combat play out in full without slowing down the entire game. It's fantastic. Oh, we need to make sure that, you know, because the way we've changed weapons on vehicles, we need to make sure that we don't, that we update the 1-man crew rule for walkers. Brilliant. They've done that. You know, oh, the old Zhukovoy projector of the Soviets, just stun locking enemy tanks just into just giving up. That's not very fun, is it? We'll update that. Oh, Tesla just being like a variable power anti-tank gun. It's boring as fuck. We'll update it. You know, there's little bits. And some stuff looks super fucking strong. I'm not saying this game's balanced, boys. I'm not saying this game is balanced. What I am saying is that it feels right. It feels right. And I really like it. And I, for one, will happily trundle... You know, I'll, for one, happily trundle around with my fucking, like, T-34ZP, fucking, and a German rail cannon is going to come through the front of my T-34ZP, out the fucking back of it, just fucking blow it up, and it's going to have, and I'm just going to have a big grin on my face, and I'm the one that just had my unit fucking smoked. I'm just the one, I'm just going to be like, that was fucking cool. Like, oh my God, that fucking rail cannon. It's like, let's go, there's like nothing left. But then at the same time, you know, my opponent on the, you know, the first time that Salty Simon is going to get like assaulted by like fucking Ursus infantry, he's going to shit himself. I haven't seen the rules for them, but I have seen rules that I can imagine are related to them. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God. It's Italians just like walking forward, like, boop beep, boop beep, boop beep. Mamma mia. And so there's going to be both sides are going to be knocking the shit out of each other. But because it's not I go, you go, it's simultaneous. It's trading blow for blow. So it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. The rulebook doesn't contain any army rules, but the army rules... yeah. The army rules are coming separately, but apparently Warlord has said that the army rules are coming out as free PDFs. I don't know if that's true or not. But apparently that's what people in chat have been saying. So the core rules, you've got the core rules, and then you can just go on Warlord website and like download the PDFs when they come out. Apparently, like I said, I don't know if that's the case or not. You know, that's just what the scuttlebutt, the rumor is down in chat. So, there we go. But that's kind of cool. And on the app, That's true. If you have the Warlord app, you'll have all the you have everything on there. Yeah. And the Warlord app, it is paywall, but it's £2 a month. That's it. It's not $6.99 a month, and then you have to buy your army book and plug the code in and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, which I think if you're a 40k person coming over is a very smart move by Warlord, because you're probably going to be able to get a sense of what the core rules are by like watching battle reports. But you're going to want to be able to like, okay, I've seen a few battle reports of this K47 game. What's it all about? I want to have a look at how those German rules are. Oh, let's have a look. Oh shit, it's all there for free. You know. So yeah. I'm being really positive about K47 because I think it's really, really fucking good. And I think my final comments are all aboard the fucking hype train. I will willingly be the conductor of this hype train. But I'll be honest with you guys as well. No, I'll be honest with you guys. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for it. Yeah. From shouting "Fusoda" every time I surge my Soviet tanks to shouting "It's railing time" when I surge my German rail cannons, to going full power, going unlimited power with my Tesla cannons. To with my British robots. Human is in danger. Human is in danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. To the Japanese just being like, in a single stroke, my compression rifle has destroyed your tank. The way of the rising wang. The cherry blossoms. I see the cherry blossoms across my vision as I set my compression cannon to surge mode. What's like the ancient Japanese music? It's like dang, 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 dang. It's like woo. It's like, Commander, the compression cannon is ready to fire. Hoi! Roll the dice. I'm going to be getting into this game. I'm going to be getting demonetized a lot, especially when I play the Japanese. But every time I roll the compression cannon, I'm going to be like, hoi! Banzai! Every time. Oh, man. Yeah. General Heroes leaves on the vine. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be really, really get into it. Yeah, the way of the rising wang. The Bushido. The way of Bushido. Yeah. Every faction. You're going to be able to really lean into every faction. More so than even more so than bot action. This really has that perfect blend of It has the perfect. Do you know what? It just feels like it's been written by humans. Warts and all. Really feels like it's been written by fucking humans. Really feels like the game has been written by people that care about the game. It's not just a job. It's not just a job. It's written by people that give a shit. Is it perfect? I doubt it. Very few things are in this world. But is it damn fucking good? Right now, based on the core rules, I can say yes. Yeah. It's written by augmented humans and enhanced by the boffins of the Germans. Oh my god. I really wish Warlord Pete was here. By the way, I didn't realize that he's named in the Konflikt 47 book. So there is no doubt in my mind that someone at Warlord shit themselves. I was like, oh my god, he's leaking everything. No. I didn't leak. I was never, ever do that. My goal here is to reassure my viewers that the hype train we're on is going to Flavor Town, and to share my genuine excitement. That's what it is. But I've not done anything to. I hope I've not done anything to jeopardize my relationship with Warlord, of course. But it's just. I really wish Warlord Pete was here, because I really want to share with you guys the eyeball turret rules. I really want to share them, and I want to share them, especially the rail cannon rules, because obviously with this channel we've got It's Vanking Time as a thing. Yeah. I really wish it, but he's not. So I won't. I'll just tell you, every riff weapon I've seen, I've just been like, this is so fucking sick. And that's only like a fragment of it. Like, I want to share the compression rule, the compression cannon rules, and the Tesla rules. I want to share, and the Fusoda. I want to share it all. Yeah, I want to share it all, but I can't. I can't and I won't. I'll tell you what, I will ask Warlord. I will have a conversation with Warlord next week. Because obviously they're not going to work on weekends. Next week. And if they allow me to share the information, that will be fantastic. But if they don't, then they don't. And I will respect that. We'll all respect it. Because we don't want to fuck with Warlords. They're going to have people that have been planning the release schedule and everything. And they've been planning the marketing around it. There's fully timed, full paid professionals that do that. And we don't want to obviously be stepping on their toes. Hopefully, my ideal scenario from this is people go away and they're like, oh man, I cannot wait to see how Tesla works. And then Warlord releases like an article about Tesla and they give you the details. And you guys are like, oh my God, that's what Mordian meant. When he said you can go unlimited power, he wasn't fucking exaggerating. It's like, oh my God, add that. Oh, wait, and that. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Get out the fucking tanks. Get out the fucking tank. Do you know what I mean? I want people to, that's what I hope will happen. So yeah, Warlord gets to release all the technical details. And I haven't muddied the waters in that way in any way, shape or form. Yeah. I will say, if I may criticize myself for a moment, I did fuck up the whole like talking about how the army select thing was, and so I do apologize. If again someone from Warlord, I'll talk about it next week. I will apologize for that, because it's really positive, but I definitely was like, I was too afraid about talking about it, and people were like, wait, do I need to buy like a whole Konflikt 7 army? It's like, no, it's the fucking opposite. You don't. Yeah. Soviet starter box has increased in price in $30. I mean, on Amazon, the sellers, all the fucking sellers are like, wait, we can sell this for more now? Yeah. I just can't wait. There's so many. I'm going to be reading over the rules again and again and again. Yeah. You suggest they add some K-47 units to Blood Red Skies? Well, even maybe. Yeah. It's just this I'm gonna go before I say too much more. But I have not seen, like I said with before, I've not seen these rules and gone, oh my God, they've fucked it. I've seen these rules and gone, oh my God, yes, more. In fact, it's left me very, very hungry to see what the army rules are. I'm very excited to see the army rules now. And Warlord Games is going to get very annoyed with me because I kept pestering them. Or I sent an email like every couple of days. Over the last 2 weeks, I basically emailed every 2 days being like, can I have the core rules yet, please? Can I have all the rules yet, please? And they finally literally were like, fuck it, fine, you can have them. And I was like, thank you. And now they've given it to me. I'm like, please, sir, can I have some more? More? But even if it's like a version 0.95 and it all ends up changing, I would love right now, nothing would make me happier than if next week Warlord sent me the army rules and I was like, I'm going to do a battle report. And as long as they were okay with me, like, I would get them and I would ask to do a battle report. And I would, that would be amazing. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good sign when you get something and you want more of it. I want more. Yeah, I do. Now, excuse me, but I need to go and scour eBay for some well, I was going to say some eyeball turrets, but frankly more of everything. Yeah. Frankly more of everything. Yeah. Keith Crow, battle report is what I'm really waiting to see before I purchase. I know. And I bet a lot of people, I would say the majority of people are probably in the same boat as you. Keith, I will chat to Warlord and I will very, 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 very politely ask about even if we put huge like disclaimers over the battle report being like, this is very much a beta, everything you see here could change. But if they say no, they will say no. If they say no, then we just go, that's fine. But I know that there's a lot of people that want to pull the trigger. Some people will do so just based off this video and this excitement, which is fantastic. And some people will have just been waiting for any thumbs up, thumbs down, and I'm giving it big thumbs up, But I know that the majority of people want to see a game before they pull the trigger, and so I hope that Warlord will allow me to do a battle report, because I know that a lot of people would. I'd be so confident that the vast majority of people that would watch that battle report, it would convince them to get into the game. It would. But we'll have to see, I suppose. We'll have to see. We can only hope. And we obviously don't have all the information, both in terms of rules, and we don't have all the information, both in terms of Warlord's plans. They might say no for very, very, very legitimate reasons. And they may not share those reasons. But if they say yes, amazing. If they say no, we'll respect it. Yeah. You should mention that I'd really appreciate you getting those rules. My name wouldn't help at all, but it might be funny for me. Just be like, and just on the phone to like Warlord, like, yeah, and Keith Crow from YouTube. Like you've heard of him, really, really big guy. He's really, really big guy. I've heard he's got a lot of influence. He would be he's very interested in this. Like he'd love to see a battle report on this. Like just like you know who Keith Kerr is. Yeah. And just see if the Warlord guy is like, oh yeah, Keith, yeah. Oh well, of course. Well, if Keith has mentioned it, then we'll see what we can do. You know. Do you know who I am? I'm Ronnie fucking Pickering. Oh man. Yeah. We can try. You know, fake it till you make it, baby. But I think we're gonna call it there, boys. Streaming for 4 hours. It's a short stream by my standards. Short stream by my standards, but a long stream by most people's standards. But gentlemen, thank you so much for your support. I'm going to say right now, I may stream tomorrow. I may not. Play it by ear. If I do, amazing. If not, I'll see you on Monday. Basically. I've been away for 2 days and I haven't seen Mrs. Mordian much. So it would be... I'd quite like to spend some time with her. But she often plays video games in the evening with like a sort of online gaming group. So if that happens, there's a chance that I could like nip on stream for, you know, even just like a couple of hours. But if it doesn't, then that's fair. Yeah. But yeah, that's it. Hashtag conflict confirmed. 100%. I'm gonna come. Oh man. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your support, guys. And thank you for your understanding. I know that this stream was obviously a little cloak and dagger. I couldn't give too much away. But thank you so much for your patience, your understanding. Thank you for joining. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. And of course, thank you for all of your support, YouTube gang and Twitch gang. Massive shout out to Squidcutter Sean. Massive shout out to CB Cooper. And a massive shout out to Tiki for coming in with those really big supports. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I hope it gets you hyped as fuck. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Long the perfect.
Got a sight on you, my son.